All right, good morning to everyone. We're here this morning in the state of Florida versus Garcia and Magbanua, 2016 CF 3036, 2018 CF 497, and Ms. Magbanua is present along with her counsel and counsel on behalf of the state. All right, so we'll continue this morning with the testimony of Mr. Rivera and Ms. Kappelman. Anything that we need to address before we continue with that?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
One thing, Judge. We were handed amended discovery this morning by the state, apparently, of recordings of jail calls. We need to put on the record that this is extremely untimely. We've already picked a jury. We've already opened. And Mr. DeCosta and I have no time to even attempt to try to go through whatever discovery this is that the state has handed to us.
All right, so Ms. Kappelman, what was provided to the defense this morning?
My understanding, Judge, is that these are jail calls that have occurred since jury selection, and I haven't had a chance to listen to them either, but I intend to do so over the weekend. So I can advise the court more on Monday if I intend to use anything from that.
Okay, do you know how many there are?
No, sir, I'm sorry, I don't know, but I'll attempt to get that answer for you before our next break.
Okay, so there's some jail calls that have been recorded. You don't really have an idea of when, although you think that they were during the time period since the trial has started. And do you know the number of them?
No, sir, I'll get you both those answers.
Okay.
Your Honor, I had just a preview of some of the calls, and the ones from Ms. Magbanua predate jury selection. They
All
are
right.
marked before jury selection.
Okay, this is what I'm going to do so that I know more about them, because I can't make any ruling without that. They're not going to be used today, correct?
No, sir.
So use the weekend to go over them, and then I'll make a decision when I know more about them, and we'll have a hearing on them on Monday in order to determine number one, whether they're going to be used at all, and number two, if the state's intending to do that, whether they will be used based on the court's ruling. We'll have a Richardson hearing at that time.
And one more thing, Judge, I even took a look at one of the first calls, and they are in Spanish. And I don't speak Spanish, and neither does anyone else on my team.
All right, well, you're going to have to find somebody that speaks Spanish over the weekend if that's what you want, if you want them translated. So I can't help you there, Ms. Kwas. I mean, it's just something that you're going to have to do. And issues come up, and sometimes they're difficult issues, but you're going to have to do your best. If that is something that is prohibiting you from understanding them, and then that's another factor that would play into a Richardson hearing. But I'm going to leave however you're going to deal with them up to you at this point.
Understood, Judge.
Mr. DeCoste?
With respect to the cross-examination, just to let the court know, so there's a chance of a few more of those clips for impeachment. I have given CD copies to the state. They're 30 seconds each. It is to a very direct point, so they have copies of it. So they've already been able to take a look at it. There's only 3 potential that would be used. For the purpose of...
Okay, so these are the clips, like the clip that you played yesterday?
Correct. Now, that's only for impeachment.
Okay.
For
I know, but he's got to be able to see those first. I mean, the more that I think about that, he's got to be able to see and review that. If you're going to use it as impeachment evidence, just like if you're using a transcript, he has to see it. You have to see whether or not he's going to disagree with it or what before it can be used as impeachment. You just can't go ahead and just play it up there for the jury without knowing that.
Your Honor, humbly, I disagree on that. So if it were the deposition that I impeach him with, I would, go through the same thing. You were sworn in to tell the truth, and this is what you were asked, and this is what you answered. The only difference here is instead of me reading it in front of the jury for him to hear it, to either say it did or it didn't happen, he's watching it. And him being illiterate, I mean, I'd love to be able to read it to him, but this is the only way. I do believe that it is proper to play. That's no different than reading his sworn statement.
If you had a sworn statement, don't you show it to him first and say, this is your deposition and here's what you said in your deposition?
Not for impeachment, when he has answered differently. So in the situation that we used, he says, I learn halfway up. At that point in time, I get to go straight into impeachment. Humbly speaking, I get to go straight into impeachment. Now, if he says I don't know, or it is not a direct contradiction of his previous testimony, Yeah, I've got to present it to him, refresh his recollection, give him a chance to explain, but for the purpose of impeachment, I get to go right into that.
All right, if it's true impeachment. If he
Correct.
says, I don't know, then we're not dealing with that.
And what we're going to do, and this is a plan for today. The headphones that Your Honor talked about, those are in the back, those aren't getting used. I have headphones that directly tie into my computer. Now, if he needs to get refreshed, I'm going to play for him just the audio. He can hear it. I've checked it. It's not loud that the juror will hear. Plugs directly into my computer, and there's no issue with that. So we'll be able to do that, and that's one of the things we're going to do. Now, in the event we need to use a transcript.
Okay, so that is going to take the place of him reading the transcript.
No. So with 10
Well, that would take the place of him reading the transcript, right? I mean, that would be in lieu of him, if he could read, then instead he would have a transcript and he would be
Correct.
reading it, but you're going to play it for him so that he can hear what was said on the transcript.
Correct. And for the ones where we do have a transcript, because we have trial, grand jury, 2 depositions, and the grand jury, I'm going to give a page and line reference, give it to the government. Then Kristen Kawas, if it's okay with the court, I'm going to give it to her, and she'll come up, and I know the marshals don't want us in the back in between, so she'll, if it's okay, she'll just stand right here or right there and quietly read it to him to refresh his recollection if he doesn't remember, if that's okay with the court.
Well, as long as we can be assured that the jury is not going to hear that, and
Perhaps they
it's.
can put it on these, just to muffle the sound.
No, I'm not going to make them go through all that. If you can have somebody come up here and read it to him quietly, then I'll do that. I thought first of all, we were going to see whether or not he could read it himself.
Yes, and Ms. Kawas reminded me of that Your Honor wants me to go up, see if he can make it out, and then go to that as a secondary.
All right, and I think that we can do that. I also, it doesn't need to be, my other concern was whether or not we needed it to be on the court transcript, but it's just as if he is reading it, and so if it's stated to him, that takes the place of that, and so it doesn't necessarily need to be transcribed by the court reporter. All that it needs to be is that it's being presented to him, and so it doesn't need to be word for word with the court reporter. So we just want to do as most efficiently as we can so that if he cannot read it, give him that opportunity, but if he cannot, so that we're not delaying it, but he still gets the opportunity to read or review it in some manner. Okay?
Understood, Your Honor.
All right. Before we go any further, then, I think I'm going to go ahead and, because we're talking about his testimony and in regards to the admissibility of the co-conspirator statements, and I already have the defense argument on the record in regards to that and as to whether or not the conspiracy continues past the death of the victim. And so I found some case law wherein murder for hires, the conspiracy continues beyond that. It continues until the money is paid. And the case law specifically states that the conspiracy has more than one objective. It has both the objective of the murder of the victim and the objective of getting payment for that murder. So the conspiracy does not stop at the time of the murder, which it does in many cases, but if it's a murder for hire and there's money exchanging hands for that murder, the conspiracy does not end until the money is paid. And so therefore, the statements which do have an independent basis, and that independent basis was Mr. Rivera's overhearing of Ms. Magbanua's voice as to whether or not the job was done, and also delivery of the money the next day was an independent basis, independent evidence of the conspiracy. And so that's number one. And number two, the conspiracy was still in effect up until the money was delivered. So those statements that were made on the way back to Miami are admissible under that. And the case citations for that are Romani versus State, 528 Southern 2nd, 15, Florida 3rd, DCA, 1988. And that decision was approved in part and quashed in part by the Florida Supreme Court, 542 Southern 2nd, 984, but that was on other grounds. Also, the basis for that ruling is a Florida Supreme Court case called Eccles versus State, 484 Southern 2nd, 568, Florida, 1985, which involved a hired killing. And they found also in that case that the conspiracy continues until the money is paid. So I will make that ruling right now. I'm not going to hear any other argument on it, and because we've already made the arguments clear on the record. And but that's my ruling, and so those statements are going to be admissible, and they have been tied back up by the state.
Thank you,
All right.
Judge. I would like to make a little bit more of a record on that. If now is not a great time, we could revisit that possibly.
Let's do it now.
Okay, Judge. I wanted to agree with Your Honor's analysis of the timeline and when a conspiracy is concluded for purposes of a murder for hire, but I also wanted to make a record of the argument that I don't think we necessarily get to that analysis in this case, because I went back through the testimony last night, and the co-conspirator statements that were admitted yesterday by Mr. Rivera were all properly admitted as having occurred before the crime was committed, so before the murder. And those were that the defendant hired Sigfredo Garcia to kill Dan Markel, that the defendant told Garcia where to go and who to kill and when to do the killing, and that the defendant was the mastermind of the whole thing. Third, that the defendant told Garcia not to do anything stupid and to have Luis Rivera take down his Instagram post. Four, that the defendant provided money for expenses for both of the trips to Tallahassee. And fifth, that the murder was to benefit Wendy Adelson so that she could have her kids. And sixth, that the information was relayed from Catherine Magbanua to the killers that the victim was going to be leaving town the next day and that he needed to be killed on the day that he was. All of those statements were admitted as co-conspirator statements, but they all occurred before the actual murder. The only statement in question that occurred after the murder was that statement that Mr. Rivera heard directly from Catherine Magbanua's mouth over the open line on the telephone, whereby she said, "I know," when she was informed that the job was done. That statement, the state would argue, was admissible separately, not as a co-conspirator statement, but as an admission of a party opponent. So I don't think that falls into the co-conspirator requirement that where it needs to happen before the conspiracy is concluded. So even in the event that we're wrong about our analysis of when the murder for hire concluded, I think the independent evidence of the conspiracy can occur post conclusion of the conspiracy, as evidenced by the case U.S. v. Fields, 871, Federal 2nd, 188. That's a 1989 case out of the First Circuit, which stands for the proposition in head note. It's covered on head note 9, I believe. Evidence of conspirators' post-conspiracy activity is admissible if probative of evidence of the conspiracy or participation of alleged conspirator, even though they might have occurred after the conspiracy ended. So those independent events that we have, as I mentioned previously, are that statement, "I know," indicating she knew the murder was done, the statement regarding that she would obtain the money and they would get the money the next day, the fact that she did go get the money, which we're going to hear through Sergeant Corbett today, and deliver the money to Luis Rivera as Rivera testified. And I think we're going to hear some additional evidence of that fact, Judge, as the trial goes along in the form of the wiretap, which will further evidence the existence of the conspiracy, the fact that this defendant was a member of the conspiracy, and her specific role in the conspiracy. So all that will be evidence which I think inarguably is post-conspiracy, but still can be considered for Your Honor's analysis of, is there independent evidence that she's a member of the conspiracy other than those co-conspirator statements that we're seeking to offer, which were made prior to the murder.
All right, well, certainly any statements that are made prior to the murder fall within the co-conspirator hearsay exception fully, and as to whether or not the conspiracy has ended, that's going to be made, the court's going to make a determination of those based on whatever particular statements are made and at what time, and then also if they're statements that are made by the defendant, they certainly, for the most part, would qualify as admissions of a party opponent and would be admissible under that. The phone calls, because I want to make sure that we address it, the phone calls between the 3 phone calls between Charlie Adelson and the mother Adelson, what those aren't coming in, you're not asking for those to come in today?
No, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we address your argument before that. So before that witness testifies, I don't know who that's going to be.
That'll be Agent Sanford, Judge.
Okay, all right. We'll make sure that we address your argument, your Crawford argument before that. Okay? All right. Anything else before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense.
All right, let's operate this as efficiently as possible, please. And not holding you to it specifically, but how much more time do you think you're going to need for cross-examination, approximately?
Just check the page number here. The best estimate that I can give, I don't know how long I went yesterday. That was 15 pages. I have 8 pages left.
Okay. All right. Let's bring the jury in, please.
I think we do now.
Usually a new day I swear them in, but let's go ahead and swear them in here. Good morning. Morning. Good morning. Good to see you. Morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right, please be seated. And thank you again for everyone's timeliness and arriving on time and your attentiveness. And we're ready to continue now with the cross-examination of Mr. Rivera. So we're going to bring Mr. Rivera into the courtroom at this time. Good morning, Mr. Rivera.
Good morning, sir.
Before you have a seat, it's a new day, so we're going to swear you in again, okay, sir? Please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please have a seat.
That's good. Thank you.
Mr. DeCoste, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Rivera, last night when you left here, you went back to the jail, right?
Yes, sir.
When you go back to the jail, it's you, yourself, and your cell, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's been that way since you were arrested in 2016 on this case, right?
Yes, sir.
So what that means is you're not going through the daily activities that a person on the outside goes through, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't have to remember to turn off the stove, pick up the kids, stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
You don't have to remember to file your taxes, to go to the doctors, go to the dentist, stuff like that, right?
Yes, sir.
It's been a matter of being in your cell with your thoughts, with your agreement with this office, right?
Yes, sir.
Your sole job since 2016 has to be to remember your testimony in this case.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about guns. The June trip, there was 2 guns, right?
Yes, sir.
Both 38 caliber,
Yes, sir.
38 Smith & Wesson short nose,
Yes, sir.
and a blue steel long nose Taurus.
Yes, sir.
Garcia had the blue steel,
Yes, sir.
you had the short nose.
Yes, sir.
You agree you bought that short nose.
Yes, I did, sir.
You bought it to come up here.
Yes, sir.
And you bought it from a, quote, neighborhood from a black boy.
Yes, sir.
That's what you told law enforcement about where you acquired this gun.
Yes, I did.
And again, to make sure it's clear, you acquired this gun after a conversation with Garcia
Yes, sir.
while he was renting the car to come here.
Yes.
And you don't know the name or even really a description of the guy that you got the gun from.
No, sir.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the Latin Kings transfer and distribute guns.
Yes, sir.
On direct examination, Ms. Kappelman asked you how many guns were brought for the murder trip, right?
Yes, sir.
And your answer was 2.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you again. How many guns were brought for the second trip, your second trip, the murder trip?
Can't remember.
Would it help your memory to listen to your statement from October 4th of 2016?
Yes, sir.
If you could put on those headphones for me, please. Oh. Yeah. Mr. Rivera, did listening to yourself refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
And I'll ask you again, how many guns were brought?
1.
All right, so now we have it. Not what you told the government when they asked you the question about 2 guns, now it's 1 gun.
Yes, sir. I mean, we all make mistakes. It's been 8 years. Memories, you forget stuff. 8 years? Who's going to remember?
And again, the only thing that you've had to remember over the past 8 years is your testimony.
Yeah, I don't sit down in my cell and think about this right here.
Let's talk about the bullets. You bought those, correct?
Yes, sir.
You bought those at a gun store
Yes, sir.
on Biscayne
Yes, I did.
in between 112th and 117th.
Yes, sir.
Now, the guns that we spoke about, there's the blue steel long nose and the short nose, the one that you bought.
Yes, sir.
All right, so the short nose that you bought, that gun was the one that was dumped.
Yes, sir.
And it was dumped, you say, near a bridge
Yes, sir.
by Garcia
Yes, sir.
on the ride home.
Yes, sir.
Now, you claim that you wanted to help them find the murder weapon, right?
Yes, sir.
But in actuality, you never wanted them to find it.
No, I don't know what bridge. There's so many bridges we passed through. I'm not going to.
Correct me if I'm wrong, law enforcement knows the very precise route you took, so it's not a matter of checking all bridges in the state of Florida,
I'm not
correct?
going to remember the bridge, sir.
That's not my question. Law enforcement knows the precise route that you took home, right?
I guess so.
And they drove you on that precise route.
Yes, sir.
And you never pointed out the alleged bridge that the gun
I
was
passed
just.
through so many bridges, sir. I'm not going to remember. Just like I told them, I don't remember the bridge.
I'm showing you what's been entered in defense 6. was your best attempt at helping them find the murder weapon in this case, right?
Yes,
You
sir.
drew this.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk about the amount of times that you went out looking with them. You haven't been out with them since 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you only went out a couple of times, a couple of days, a couple of hours to look for this gun, right?
I don't remember a couple of times, but I don't remember.
Was it less than that?
Maybe one time.
One time you get into a van, they drive around, look at a couple of bridges, and then give up.
I mean, I can't remember.
Mr. Rivera, isn't the truth that you did what you said you were going to do, which is to put it away and bury that shit somewhere? No one is going to find it but me.
Yes, sir.
You said that, right?
Yes, I did.
And that's what you did with this gun.
No, sir.
The gun was never found, right?
I never dished it nowhere. I never threw it nowhere. That wasn't my job.
You bought the gun.
I bought the gun.
You handled the gun.
Handle it? Like what type of what you talking about?
Well, you remember how you told us that time that the guy walked in the hotel room and you picked up both guns and you pointed it at them?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you touched that gun.
Yes, I did.
And you gave vague information where it was acquired from, and you gave very little information as to where it was disposed of. You did that to protect yourself on both ends, didn't you?
Not at all, sir.
Now, you are aware that if law enforcement were to get that gun, you could be federally prosecuted. You know that.
No, sir.
Do you not know that? Do you not remember?
Me being prosecuted for if they found a gun?
Do you not remember knowing that if they had that gun, they could tie it to interstate commerce? Do you not remember knowing that?
No, I don't remember.
Your Honor, if I could have one brief moment.
Right.
Second deposition, page 279, lines 1 through 9.
See what Mr. Rivera understands first. You're going to refresh his recollection? Let's see what Mr. Rivera understands first.
She's going to do that as well, Your Honor,
Okay. You may.
to save the trips back and forth.
All right. Mr. Rivera, this young lady is just going to give you some assistance with reviewing this transcript. If you feel comfortable reviewing it yourself and understanding it, then you can review it and understand it, and you just let me know. But if for some reason you don't, she's going to help you or read it to you quietly. Excuse me?
She's gonna have to help me.
Okay, all right. That's what she'll do then. Thank you.
All set?
I got, I'll speak loud. Thank you.
Mr. Rivera, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir.
And we were talking about why you would hide the origin and the disposal of the gun. And I had asked you about you being federally prosecuted. You were aware and you know that if they have that gun, they could tie it to interstate commerce and federally prosecute you on this case.
Yes, and it says that, I'm not sure, but yes.
Yes, that you are aware of that. Not sure if they could, but you're aware that it's a possibility.
Yes, not sure if they could, but yes, I'm aware of it.
And that's something that would be a concern because you can't fight the feds.
Yes, sir.
Now that gun, it would be evidence against you, right?
Yes, sir.
That you're the shooter.
I'm not the shooter.
You know, it's interesting that you say that. If I could have one moment to get into it here. Mr. Rivera, your testimony is that you drove up this driveway behind that car, and that Garcia got out, went inside, and shot Professor Markel, right?
Yes, sir.
But you knew that Professor Markel's window was up, right?
Yes, I can see it.
You also knew that he was on the phone when he got shot, right?
I pulled up right behind him. I can see him.
And you also knew, you happened to have the detail, that he raised his arm when he was shot in the face.
I can see that too.
Those are odd details for Sigfredo Garcia to shoot him, to jump back in the car and say, drive! Hey, and by the way, he was on his phone, the window was up, and he raised his arm.
I can see everything, sir. I'm pulled up right behind him.
Let's stay in the driveway and return to the issue from yesterday. When I was asking you questions about your testimony about claiming to see Wendy Adelson walk down that driveway and into the house the day before the murder, and I'm going to give this to you for context so you know where I'm going. You remember how I had asked you questions about your exchange with Garcia, how he said she's here to make sure it's getting done, how then he made a phone call to Catherine Magbanua, and he made that before noon on Thursday. Now, I asked you that question you didn't remember. Do you remember now? Was that phone call before noon on Thursday?
I don't remember the time.
Would it help your memory if you were to listen to yourself from your recording on 10-4?
Maybe.
What clip is this, please?
Did that help your memory?
Yeah.
And when was it that you said that this phone call happened?
I said maybe by noon.
All right, you said before 12 noon on Thursday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those are your words.
Yes, sir.
So just to make sure that we have the context correct, so it's from yesterday, you have this alleged sighting, this alleged conversation with Garcia, and before you get back to the hotel, before 12 noon, he's on the phone with Katie, finding out what's going on.
Yes, sir.
You made all that up, didn't you?
No, sir.
Now, you were banking on the fact that Garcia, having children with Katie, is always on the phone with her, right?
Yes, sir.
In evidence, we have Catherine Magbanua's cell phone records. And would you be surprised to learn that there is no phone call between Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua before 12 noon that day?
Will you be surprised if I tell you they had throwaway phones?
So your testimony now is that Catherine Magbanua had a throwaway phone?
They both had throwaway phones.
Your Honor, if I could have one brief moment.
Okay.
Mr. Rivera, on October 4th, 2016, you gave the recorded statement, right?
Don't remember.
On November 29, 2016, you appeared before a grand jury in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
On March 22nd, 2019, you appeared for a deposition in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
January 31st, 2018, the year before, a different deposition in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
You've sat in that chair before back in 2019 on October 1st and October 2nd, correct?
Yes, I did, sir.
And you have never made that claim before that there was a disposable phone.
Believe I have.
Isn't this you just evolving your story to keep up for the mistakes?
No, sir.
Let's talk about cars. Let's focus now on the June trip. Aren't your words the first time we came up, I never drove the car at all?
I never drove the first car.
I'm showing you what's been entered in as State's Exhibit 65. First term's in June, correct?
Yes, sir.
You get a citation for driving that car, right?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, you were alone in that car because you were alone on the first trip.
No, sir, not at all.
So you get a citation, but you weren't driving the car.
That was for Sigfredo.
So Sigfredo was driving, but you get the ticket?
He was with me. I think we had changed. I think we had stopped somewhere, if I remember. I think we had stopped and we just for that moment, I drove for a little bit.
Isn't this your testimony evolving again? You make a mistake,
It's
you
the
change
same
it.
answer I gave since day one, man. You're not going to sit here and try to confuse me back and forth.
Mr. Rivera, didn't you just
So-
say 2 minutes ago to this jury you never drove the first trip?
I can't really remember, but now that you say it, yeah, I mean, when I got the ticket, if that was the first car, I guess.
You remember everything she asked you, but not what I present you with, right?
I tell her the same thing I tell you. If I don't remember, I don't remember. If I say yes, yes. If I say no, it's no.
You make no mistakes about the alleged claims against Ms. Magbanua, but when presented with evidence showing that you're wrong on details, then, I don't remember.
I'm not wrong, bro. Not at all, sir. Everything I say is nothing but the truth.
Let's keep going.
That's right.
You have the June trip, you have the murder trip. Mr. Rivera, how many trips were made for the purpose of this killing? Actually, let's wait on that for a second. We'll come back in a minute. On direct examination, you testified that the purpose of the June trip, this one, where you got the citation being a passenger, that the purpose of the first trip was to scout it out. That was your testimony yesterday, right?
Yes, sir.
Brief moment, Your Honor.
Grand jury, page 8, lines 3 through 6.
Mr. Rivera, you appeared before a grand jury back in 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was for the purpose of, this is after you get your deal, it was for the purpose of indicting Ms. Magbanua, right?
Yes, sir.
I wasn't there, right?
We're in the courtroom?
No defense attorneys were there, correct?
Yes, sir.
None of us were there, right?
Yes.
But she was,
Yes.
asking you questions.
Yes, sir.
There was a court reporter taking down your words, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you swore to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Kapman asked you the question, okay, and what was the purpose of the first trip to Tallahassee? Answer, the purpose of the first trip was to do the murder the first trip. Question, to do the murder? Answer, yeah, but I didn't want to do that.
We were supposed to scope out the place, and if it would have got done, it would have got done that day, but it never happened. So
Your
we can't-
testimony years back was the purpose of the June trip, when you were alone, was to do the murder. That was your testimony, right? To do the murder.
Yes.
But when she asked you yesterday, it's a different answer.
It's probably been years, man. Can't remember.
When you're in your cell,
I don't think about this. Tell you that one more time. I don't sit in my cell and think about this. So don't ask me that question again. You're repeating yourself over and over.
Mr. Rivera, let's talk about trips. There was the June trip and then the murder trip, right? Those are two of the trips.
Yes, sir.
But I'm going to ask you an open-ended question. How many trips were there to Tallahassee for the purpose of killing Professor Markel?
2 trips. If I believe it was 2 trips that I say.
2 trips?
Yes, sir.
Second deposition, page 103, lines 16 through 24.
Judge, I'm going to object on this one, improper impeachment.
Do you need to be more specific on the record?
I think so, Judge.
All right, let's go sidebar.
Two trips, right?
Yes, sir.
You remember a few years back, Ms. Kawas and I coming out to Arizona to take your deposition in USB Tucson, right?
Yes, sir.
We sat in a room, Ms. Kawas, Ms. Kappelman, myself, you, and a court reporter, right?
Yes, sir.
You were sworn in before that deposition. You swore to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
You have a cooperation agreement where you have to give truthful testimony, complete testimony, right?
Yes, sir.
And the court reporter took down all of your words.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember me asking you, like Sigfredo, you were coked up and drinking the whole trip? You, the whole trip and back out every day. Me, this is the first trip in June, the witness. The first trip in June, the second trip, the third trip. Every time we went up there, we was always coked up and drinking. Me, there was a third trip. You, we're going to get to that. There was only 2 trips. You slipped up, didn't you?
No, sir.
See, your discovery, the reports that you got from their office only talked about 2 trips, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's why your testimony was there was only 2 trips.
There's only been 2 trips.
But when you were asked questions on a different topic, you couldn't keep your story straight. And you said, we, not they, we. The first trip in June, the second trip, the third trip, every time we went up there, we was always coked up and drinking. Those are your words, right?
Yes.
I wasn't tricking you, right? We asked you a straightforward question about drugs and alcohol, and you said third trip,
2 trips.
which is inconsistent with the information that you had received in your discovery before you cooperated.
2 trips.
Now, Mr. Rivera, in all your other prior times, October 4th, January 31st, November of 2019, November of 2016, October 1st and 2nd, 2019, no mention ever of a third trip.
I don't remember that 3rd trip.
You would agree with me if you were to change your testimony to slip up,
No, sir.
and it were to be found that there were a third trip, that you would be in violation of your cooperation agreement with that office.
No, sir.
You don't agree with me that if they were to find out there were a third trip, that you would be in violation of the agreement where you must give the truth and the complete truth.
I only came out twice.
That's not my question. You would agree with me that if you left out a vital fact, a vital trip, that you would be in violation of your agreement.
Yes.
Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Now, you've previously sat in that same seat and tried to repair that mistake, haven't you?
No, sir.
You haven't sat up there before and said, you know what? It was Sigfredo Garcia and King Anthony that made a trip. You've never said that before?
Yes, sir. Now you're trying to remember my memory's coming back. Yeah.
Okay.
That was that 3rd trip you're talking about. That he came up with somebody else, not me.
So there is a third trip.
I remember. Now that you say it, yeah, I remember saying that. But you saying that I came up here 3 times, but I only came out twice. That 3rd trip was somebody else. You need to say the whole story. You're just saying half of the thing. I said 3. I only came out 3 times. Come on, dog.
I wasn't there. I don't know the truth.
But if it's in that paper, read it out right.
Okay. We. You understand what we means, right?
Yes.
Not they. We.
Yeah.
Okay. But you then tried to correct that because, again, you'd be in violation of that agreement. It was, no, Sigfredo Garcia and King Anthony. But that's what we're focusing on right now.
Yes,
That
sir.
you've previously said that there was a third trip, Sigfredo Garcia and King Anthony, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know that because apparently Sigfredo Garcia told you that there was this third trip.
Yes, sir.
You see the stack of paperwork in front of me, right?
I see all that.
You've given sworn testimony 10 times before.
Yes, sir.
The closest that you've gotten to ever mentioning that third trip was the we statement, and then in October of 2019. In your recorded interview, October of 2016, you never mentioned a third trip, right?
I think I did.
Your Honor, Mr. Rivera, your October 4, 2016 statement was roughly 3 hours, correct?
I don't remember.
Your Honor, one brief moment. Thank you. So it should be in your statement, right?
It should be.
It definitely wasn't in your discovery, right?
I don't know. I can't read, so I never read that discovery.
Yeah, but you had 2 attorneys and they reviewed it with you.
I mean, it's been a long time, sir.
So, in the years, let's sidetrack for a moment. In the years, you've had tons of meetings, since your cooperation, tons of meetings with their office, correct?
Yes.
You've sat down for hours on end with investigator Jason Newland, their investigator, not Tallahassee Police Department, with Jason Newland reviewing your testimony.
Don't remember you reviewing no testimony, but I don't remember that.
So all the times that there are orders to transport you from jail to their office wasn't for the purpose of reviewing your testimony?
I mean, yeah, we review, but you talking about my discovery and testimony and all that?
No, what I'm talking about is specifically your testimony, and specifically whether you ever told Jason Newland about a third trip.
I don't remember.
Okay. So you don't remember whether you told Jason Newland, Agent Patrick Sanford, or Investigator Craig Isom about a third trip?
I remember telling them.
So you told them about this third trip?
Yeah, I don't think Jason was there.
Okay, so you told Agent Sanford and Investigator Isom about this third trip between Sigfredo Garcia and one of your Latin King brothers.
Yes, sir.
All right. You would agree with me that if you didn't, if you never mentioned that you would be in violation of your cooperation agreement.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about your communication with the outside world when you're in federal custody. Okay? When you were in Coleman, if you could explain to the jury what Coleman is.
Coleman is Coleman 1, it's an active yard. It's a real violent yard. They don't play over there.
So, back in 2016, before you're charged in this case, you're in Coleman, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you agree with me that you're able to get access to both legitimate and illegitimate phones while in Coleman, right?
Yeah.
That you were able to have a three-way call with Sigfredo Garcia through one of your brothers.
I ain't never called him on the phone.
I'm sorry?
I never spoke to him on the phone or did a three-way. It was like a
All
like
right.
a text.
Now,
A text service.
and some of that happened through a guy named Leanback, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Leanback is a king,
Yes.
and you would send emails through the system that you have in federal custody to Leanback, and then he would send out texts on your behalf.
Probably sound like one email, I believe.
All right. Now, in May of 2016, starting in May of 2016, you're able to communicate via this messaging system with Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Yes.
Now, during that time, you're also communicating with Jessica Rodriguez, the mother of your children, correct?
Of course.
And you're doing that through email.
Yes, sir.
And her email, correct me if I'm wrong, is siannagron1020@gmail.com.
Yes, sir.
That's SIANNANEGRON 1020@gmail.com. Right?
Yes, sir.
And on May 10, 2016, right around the time of the wiretaps, you email her asking for Garcia's cell phone number.
Yes, sir.
Do you agree or do you deny that then in May 2016, Sigfredo Garcia is receiving text messages from somebody saying this is Tato?
Yes, sir.
And that's you, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's you sending those messages.
Yes.
Let's stay on the topic of Garcia. Where Garcia lived. He was living on 186th and Biscayne, correct?
Yes.
There's a period of time that he was living with King Anthony, right? If you remember.
Probably. I think so.
Around the time of 2014.
Yeah.
Now let's stay on the topic of Sigfredo Garcia. We'll talk about Catherine. He loved her, right?
He
Still
sure
loves
did.
her.
He sure do.
Crazy about her.
Yes.
Would do anything for her.
Of course.
Now, you have known Sigfredo Garcia your entire life, right?
Yes, sir.
You refer to him as brother.
Yes, sir.
Now, this isn't just something that you guys hang out on the weekends. You very much are together in the same community hanging out.
Yes, sir.
You know everything about each other.
Yes, sir.
You know his reputation in the community.
Yes, sir.
You know that his reaction if somebody were sleeping with Katie he'd confront them, right?
Of course.
Try to run them over.
Yes, sir.
You agree with me that it is in Sigfredo's character that he would find somebody that's sleeping with Katie, right?
Yes, sir.
And hurt them.
Yes, sir.
Meaning, meet them face to face.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk now about the dentist and Catherine. You agree with me that Garcia knew about the relationship.
Yes, sir.
He knew about the relationship with the dentist.
Yes, sir.
He told you that he knew about it.
Yes, sir.
And he also told you he was her boss. The dentist was her boss.
Yes, sir.
And he knew the guy's name.
Yes.
You'd agree with me that Sigfredo Garcia was angry, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was jealous.
Yes, sir.
Now, because of this, because the love of his life was with somebody else, let's back up for a second. Sigfredo Garcia does well with women, correct?
Yes, sir.
Very much a lady.
Yes, sir.
He's got real light green eyes, right?
Yes, sir.
Almost like lime green.
Yes, sir.
Girls flock to him.
Of course.
Charismatic guy, right?
Yes, sir.
Very well spoken, very tough guy, right?
Yes, sir.
But for the first time, he had some competition.
Yes, sir.
Because the guy that he was in competition with had the one thing that he doesn't have, which is finances.
Yes, sir.
Although Sigfredo, being the guy that was very good with women, he was never really financially secure. Right?
Yes, sir.
So because of this, Sigfredo, for the first time, in actual jeopardy of losing Catherine, he was going through a lot, right?
Yes, sir.
He was desperate.
Yes.
He was drinking.
Every day.
He was doing coke, like every day, right?
Every day.
And he was doing it more than usual.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't usual for him to do it every day, but he was off. He was not himself.
Yes, sir.
He was fighting a lot.
Every day.
And this is around the time of 2014 when they're broken up. So between the end of 2013, half of 2014, he's losing it, right?
Yes, sir.
He's violent and erratic.
Yes, sir.
And he actually went so far as to stalking the dentist, right?
Yes, sir.
And you remember a specific time where in that truck, right?
Yes, sir.
That black Dodge truck that you guys went to a restaurant, right?
Yes, sir.
And what you saw was Catherine Magbanua sitting outside with the guy that she was dating, and he was flipping out.
Yes, sir.
He was furious, right?
Yes.
He actually wanted to take that truck and run over the dinner party that they were with, right?
Yes.
He was so angry, you had to stop him.
Yes, sir.
Now let's make sure that we have the context. Before the murder, they're broken up, right?
Yes, sir.
And then right after the murder, they're back together, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rivera, Garcia played you, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes.
He confronted Charles.
What you mean confronting Charles?
Like you said was in his nature, that this guy would confront the guy that was in between him and the woman that he loved.
Yeah.
That was his nature to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
Like you said was in his nature.
Yes, sir.
Like he told you he would do.
Yes.
And that confrontation turned into a negotiation between him and Charles Adelson. Right?
You think they spoke?
You've told us that this guy would absolutely confront that other guy, right?
Of course.
And it would be very awkward. What I'm saying is that Sigfredo Garcia came to you with a job, but he never told you it was for. He couldn't tell you, hey, that guy that I just wanted to run over, we're going to do a job for him. Because you, as a Latin King boss, you would say, that doesn't make any sense. The government told you Katie was involved, right?
No, sir. No, sir.
You went along with it
No, sir.
because you can't fight the feds,
No, sir.
so you took it and ran.
No, sir. She's been involved the whole time. It's the only
Nothing-
one he speaks to.
I'm sorry?
It's the only girl he speaks to is Katie. Whatever she tells him to do, he jumps and do it. That's his weakness. Her right there.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Rivera, you were asked if you agreed to the government's facts. Do you remember being asked that?
What's facts?
Did you agree to the government's facts? I think the question is, did you read or have read to you the reports in this case and then just regurgitate whatever was in the reports? Is that what you did?
No, ma'am.
All right. When you cut a deal, what was your understanding of what you had to do to get the
Cooperate.
benefit of the deal?
Cooperate.
And does cooperate mean regurgitate every single thing that's in the police reports?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, what's in the police reports includes Charlie Adelson being involved in this case. You don't know anything about that, do you?
No, ma'am.
So you're not able to regurgitate that fact, are you?
No, ma'am.
Would you agree that it would be helpful to the state? You know we're prosecuting Charlie Adelson, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It would be helpful if you could say Charlie Adelson did it.
Yes, ma'am.
But you can't do that, can you?
No, ma'am.
Because you don't know that fact, do you?
No, ma'am.
The only person that knows that fact is Catherine Magbanua, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because that's who she was dating.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you did correct us on some things we had wrong, didn't you? And for example, the money drop. You got the money the next morning, not the night of, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that wasn't in the police reports, was it?
No, ma'am.
We didn't know about that until you told us, did we?
Yes, ma'am.
We didn't know y'all shot a hole in the Prius, did we, until you told us?
Yes, ma'am.
That wasn't in the police reports, was it?
No, ma'am.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, let's be careful of the leading questions, please.
The facts that you agreed to, did we basically get it right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the facts that you agreed to, are those the facts that you personally have knowledge of?
Yes, ma'am.
Where does Shrimp live?
Miami Beach. I don't know the address, but she stay in Miami Beach.
Do you remember the map that Mr. DeCote showed you with the little island? Does she live on that island?
Yes.
Out
ma'am.
there, okay. And that's where you sent somebody to pick up Garcia to come get the money at Jessica's house the morning after the murder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And before you sent somebody to go get Garcia from Shrimp's house, did you have your phone in your possession?
I have two phones, and Anthony has my other phone.
All right. And one of the phones that you had in your possession that morning of the money drop, did you use that phone to talk to Catherine Magbanua?
She called me.
And what did she tell you?
She like, who's gonna come get this money?
She had the money and y'all need to come get it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why you sent somebody out to find
Objection, Your
Garcia.
Honor, leading.
Yes,
All right.
ma'am.
Ms. Kappelman, let's be careful of the leading questions, please. Those are leading questions.
You were asked if Garcia was stupid and made mistakes in this case. Do you recall being asked that?
No,
Did
ma'am.
he mess up by talking on the phone, using his phone, making calls?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were stupid too, weren't you? I mean, you made some mistakes, didn't you?
Both of us. Stupid.
You're wearing blue partially because you got caught in this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you brought a phone to do a murder, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you rent a car in your own name to come do a murder?
Yes.
posted something on Instagram from Tallahassee while you were here?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
That's not a leading question.
Did you
Yes.
post something? You
Yes,
did?
ma'am.
Okay, so all those are mistakes that ended up helping to get you caught.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you were shown this exhibit, State's Demonstrative C.
Objection, I didn't show the witness that exhibit.
Have you seen this exhibit before?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection outside of the scope of cross.
Overruled.
All right, and you were asked about the phones that you had. I know you don't remember the phone numbers, it's been too long. But you've seen this exhibit before today, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you were asked about these phones and these phone numbers way back when we first started asking you questions about this case,
Yes, ma'am.
years ago, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you authenticated those two phone numbers back at that time when your memory was better as being your phone numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you don't remember those numbers as you sit here today?
I mean, it's been a long time, but
That's okay, I just want to clarify what the situation is with the phone numbers. You did remember them at one time?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and those, you had seen that exhibit before and authenticated those phone numbers as your phone numbers?
Yes, I have, ma'am.
All right. How long was the deposition at Coleman Prison?
I can't remember
Who was asking you questions?
the two detectives.
No, I'm talking about at the prison when we did the deposition.
Oh, yeah, I can't, I don't know their names like that, but the two lawyers.
The two lawyers were asking you questions?
Yes, ma'am.
And that went on for a whole day, right?
Objection, again leading.
Overruled.
How long did it go on?
I think it was a whole day.
It
You're
was
right.
long, it was a long
It's
time.
a long day.
Okay. All right, and you were asked many, many questions. Among them, were you asked about the trips and how much you were drinking on the trips, how much cocaine you were using on the trips? Were those sorts of questions asked of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you always maintained in that deposition and all the other statements that you were in fact using cocaine and alcohol on
Objection,
both
proper.
trips?
Improper bolstering, always maintained.
Overruled.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not in dispute, is it?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when you were asked about this third trip, you know, I asked you about in the police reports, there were some things that you didn't agree with. Do you recall something being in the police reports or you being asked questions about a woman seeing two men behind Dan Markel's home sometime before the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what is your testimony regarding whether that was you behind Dan Markel's home sometime before the murder seen by this lady?
No, ma'am.
You didn't do it.
No.
You weren't there.
No.
So that if that was Garcia, he had to be with somebody else.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you don't have any knowledge of when that trip occurred,
No, ma'am.
if that trip even occurred?
No, ma'am.
You weren't here.
No, ma'am.
But if a tall guy and a short guy were behind that home, that wasn't you.
No, ma'am.
And have you always maintained that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you've never told anybody that you came here on a third trip?
Like,
Have you ever told anybody that you came to Tallahassee on a third
no,
trip?
I only came on 2 trips.
All right. And in the deposition taken of you on March 22nd, 2019, you say, and I'm on the bottom of page 109, starting on line 23, question, why would he have gone with Anthony? Answer, because he was one of us. We used to hang out together, and there was some short person that went back there, supposedly in the back of the house, and I ain't never walked back there. And he's short like me. Is King Anthony short
Yes, ma'am.
like you?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why you thought maybe this is the person this
Objection, Your
woman
Honor.
saw.
Leading improper impeachment. We've got leading questions and reading a transcript.
All right, Ms. Kappelman, This is redirect. You're asking leading questions. I understand you're moving things along.
Yes, sir.
But you need to clear up your questions and not ask them in a leading form, okay? Or else I'm going to start interrupting you from this point forward.
Yes, sir. And so, how did you learn that someone was seen behind the house? Some short guy.
I heard it from a detective.
All right. And did you or did you not, or something else, disagree that you were the one that was back there?
I was never back there.
It wasn't you.
No, ma'am.
All right. Do you enjoy having to testify against your friends?
No, ma'am.
Would it have been easier for you if your testimony could have been against someone else, a stranger?
Not at all. Nobody.
You think it'd been hard no matter what you had to do?
Yes, ma'am.
But was it particularly hard that you have to testify against your best friend and his wife?
That's hard. It hurts.
Were you loyal to these folks before this all went down?
Yes, ma'am.
When did the defendant and Sigfredo Garcia get back together after the murder? When was the first time they got back together?
Can't remember.
Do you remember giving testimony previously that occurred at the Manny Pacquiao fight?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and the Manny Pacquiao fight was in May of
Objection, Your Honor.
2015, wasn't it?
Improper refreshment that it's just being said in open court to the witness.
Overruled.
When was the Manny Pacquiao fight?
I don't remember what day was it. I know it was on a Saturday. And that's the day they got together because I tried to put them, me and Jessica tried to put them together. Because I went and
Alright.
bought some shirts from her that day.
All right, and so it wasn't until approximately 10 months after the murder that they got together, or was it right after the murder as you were asked on cross-examination?
Objection, Your Honor. Improper refreshment, if we can go sidebar.
No,
Can't remember.
overruled.
Can't remember.
Okay, can you remember that it was definitely the fight, or could it have been sooner?
Probably the fight.
Your recollection, it occurred at the fight.
Probably the fight.
Okay, but you just don't remember when the fight was.
Yeah, I don't remember when the fight was.
Okay. All right, let's talk about this supposed confrontation that occurred at a restaurant. You know which one I'm talking about, where you were with Sigfredo Garcia watching Katie with the dentist at the restaurant?
On the truck. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during that whole episode, did Sigfredo Garcia ever get out of the car?
I can't remember.
So he might have gone up and confronted the dentist and you just don't remember?
No. He never got off the car to confront him at all.
All right. That's my question.
Okay.
Did the two meet?
No, ma'am.
Did they fight?
No, ma'am.
Did they have a verbal argument?
No, ma'am.
Did Sigfredo Garcia confront him that night about, hey, you're
No,
sleeping
ma'am.
with my woman?
No.
All right. And is that something he would have told you if
Yes.
he had done that?
Objection, speculation, move to strike.
That is speculation. That's sustained.
What type of relationship did you have with Sigfredo Garcia back then?
We had a great relationship. That was like my brother.
All right. Did he confide in you? Everything he did? Did he tell you everything?
Objection, speculation.
It's overruled.
Did he tell you everything?
Basically everything. Yes, ma'am.
You were together every day, weren't you?
Every day.
All right. And you were there when this incident occurred at the restaurant.
Yes, ma'am.
And it didn't happen as far as him confronting the dentist.
No, ma'am.
No face-to-face.
Nope.
No physical.
Nope.
Objection, asked and answered multiple times.
Overruled.
And what did y'all do after that confrontation? How did you unwind him?
We left. I said, man, we can't. He wanted to run the truck right through the restaurant. Tell him, nah, we ain't finna do that. Not with me in the truck. But we ended up leaving. We just left.
All right. Do you remember what y'all did that night?
No.
Did you hang out together?
Every day we hang out.
Okay. And that night was no exception?
We hung up that night. I don't know where at.
Okay. Well, you don't have to know where, but did y'all spend time together, and did he recover himself from being as upset as he was?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. All right. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Do you want Mr. Rivera retained?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Rivera will be retained. Thank you. You'll be escorted back.
Thank you.
Ms. Kappelman, do you have a brief witness that we can take care of? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to take one more witness before our break, and the state may call its next witness.
State calls Waldo Nunez.
Waldo Nunez, please. Nunez, if you come up to the witness stand, please. Good morning. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay, please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Good morning, Mr. Nunez.
Morning, ma'am.
Will you say your name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, first name Waldo, last name Mesa Nunez, Waldo, Mesa, Nunez.
Okay. What do you currently do for work?
What was that?
Where do you work?
FHP, Florida Highway Patrol.
Okay. Where did you work back in 2014?
Comfort rent a car.
And was that the Comfort Rent-A-Car in Miami, Florida, near the airport there, the Miami International Airport?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was your position at Comfort?
I used to work at the front desk, so customer service.
Okay. So were you working there in June of 2014?
Yes.
How long did you work for Comfort Rent-A-Car?
From 2014 to 2017.
Sir?
2014 to 2017.
Okay. And during that time, did you work the day shift or the evening shift?
Evening shift.
Okay. Would that have been from about 4 p.m. to about 10 p.m.?
Yes.
So whenever someone would come into Comfort Rental Car, as the person who worked the front desk, if they came on your shift, would you be the person that actually filled out the rental contract for them?
Yes.
Okay. I've left a couple of items up on the witness stand for you. They've been pre-marked and shown to defense as States Exhibit 70 and 71. Do you see those items?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recognize those contracts and the GPS information and license and receipt attached?
Yes.
Okay. And did you actually have an opportunity before court to look through those as well?
Yes.
Okay. Whose handwriting is that on the contracts?
Mine.
Now, are rental agreements and the documents associated with them when someone rents a car, like the receipt for any money they give you or their driver's license, a copy of it, and any GPS information that the car may have attached to it, are those kept in the normal course of business at Comfort Rent-A-Car?
Yes.
Okay. And would you have created those agreements at the time that the cars were rented?
Yes.
And in those agreements, you're documenting, and we'll go through them, but you were documenting the circumstances around the rental, right? The car that was being rented, the person it was being rented to, how long, those types of things?
Yes.
Okay, and is it the regular practice to keep those types of documents that you have in front of you in the course of business at Comfort Rental Car?
Yes.
Are those accurate copies of the rental agreements?
Yes.
Okay, at this time, I would enter State 70 and 71, the rental agreements and GPS information and other documentation with the agreements.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as States Exhibit 70 and 71.
Thank you. All right, permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you.
Okay, so did you have an opportunity to look at these two agreements before court today, and were you able to identify which one came first?
Yes.
Okay, which one came first?
The one in the bottom.
This one?
Yes.
And I'll ask you about that one first.
Well, when I say bottom, I meant, yes, that one.
And I actually have a,
This one? Okay.
all right, what's the name of the person who rented the car?
So it'll be on the top there. Sigfredo Garcia.
All right, and this is the address he gave you and the phone number that he gave you?
Yes.
All right, and up here, this is the comfort rental car, address and information.
Yes.
What type of car did he rent?
It'll be a Nissan Altima right there.
What color was it?
Silver.
And right below the word silver is
The license plate.
okay, and then what date did he rent this car, comfort rental car?
So it'll be this day right here.
Is that June 2nd, 2014?
Yes.
What does this mean?
So that'll be a deposit that they had to pay if they were paying cash. That's the days that they rented the vehicle for and the daily rate.
Okay, so he rented the car for 3 days at $49 a day, and then you said that this was the donut. He paid cash for it and had to put down a deposit.
Yes.
What do you see here on the bottom of the page?
What was that?
What do we see here on the bottom of the page? I guess does the person renting have to sign here?
Yes.
What does this mean?
That means that they had to return the vehicle on that date.
On June 5th, 2014, was when the 3-day rental was due?
Yes.
Okay, what time was it due?
8:50 p.m.
What time was the car rented on June 2nd of 2014 by Fredo Garcia?
It'll be that time at the end of the contract right there.
And how do you know that?
Because usually that's when I started writing the contract. That's when you put the time.
Okay, so when a customer comes in to rent a car, you pull out the contract and you start writing it, that's when you put the time down?
Yes.
Okay, and the car would be due at that same time, but in 3 days' time?
Yes.
All right, and then are all the rentals that come for rental car that y'all would do kind of in 24-hour increments like that?
Yes.
What do we see here?
That's a receipt for the deposit.
So this is the receipt you would have received when you gave $500 cash?
Yes.
When someone comes in to rent a car, you get a copy of their driver's license?
Yes.
This driver's license was attached to the paperwork. Was this the driver's license that you got from Secretary Garcia when you came in on June 2nd to rent that car?
Yes.
All right, and I'm going to show you page 71. This is the second agreement. Who rented the car in the second agreement?
The same person that rented the first car?
Okay, give you the same phone number as before?
Yes.
What type of car did you rent in this agreement?
That'll be a Hyundai Sonata.
Okay, same amount on the deposit line in the first agreement?
Yes.
What date did you rent this Sonata?
June 3rd, 2014.
Okay, so the next day?
Next day.
That first agreement? What day was this blue Hyundai Sonata due at?
June 5th, 2014.
Right here?
Yes.
And at 8:50 p.m.?
Yes.
So does this look kind of like the same information, same cost here as in the first agreement?
Yes.
Is this all the same information as the first agreement, except that another car was rented the next day?
Yes.
All right, so looking at these two contracts, and being, this is your handwriting, right, on the second contract?
Yes.
You said being the person that filled it out, from the information that you're able to gather from these, does that indicate car that was originally rented at Silver Nissan Altima was exchanged the next day for another car, a blue Hyundai Sonata?
Yes.
Okay. And it was due back still, though, at that same time, June 5th at 8:50, the same 3 days' time from the time that the first car was rented.
Yes.
You said at that point that Comfort Rental had GPS locations on their car. Attached to this rental agreement, are there several GPS locations from places that the car was located during that rental?
Yes.
And here it says Jessica Rivera was a name associated with that.
That's the name of the person who owned the account, I believe. The GPS account manager and the rent-a-car.
Okay, that was your manager
Yes.
at the rental car place?
Yes.
Okay, so that would have been the person whose name was on the account who pulled the information?
Yes.
And these are the different location addresses that the car was located at throughout its rental?
Yes.
Those are all my questions about the rental agreement. I did have one more question for you, though. I'm going to show you what the legal evidence is, state 65.
Okay.
Did I give you an opportunity to look at that citation?
Yes.
Okay. Let's, and I showed you this before court today.
Yes.
You are not, you said that you work for the Florida Highway Patrol. Are you a trooper with the Florida Highway Patrol?
Yes.
You are not the trooper who issued this traffic citation, though, right?
No.
Man, Luis Rivera?
Yeah, I'm not the trooper who issued that citation.
Okay. I just want to ask you, though.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this time. She's asking this witness's opinion on a ticket that he did not author.
Well, she hasn't asked any question yet, so I don't know what the question is, so overrule.
Does the Florida traffic citation is there any information on here that would indicate that Luis Rivera was alone or with another person at the time that this traffic citation was issued?
All right, hold on. What's your objection?
Improper opinion, speculation, lack of personal knowledge.
Overruled. If you can tell from that citation, you can answer the question.
There's no information on any passengers in the citation.
Okay. I want to ask you specifically, so on here, it doesn't say whether he's alone with one other person or with two other people.
No, I don't see any of that in that.
Okay. I want to ask you about this specific box here, because I know it's very small print. You had an opportunity to look at it today, though, right? And you said that this box has 16 passengers and it's checked no.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there such thing as like a 16-passenger van?
Yeah, there's a 15-passenger van.
Oh, hold on one second. What's your objection?
Your Honor, I'm going to object for lack of personal knowledge and speculation as to why one officer checked off a box on a ticket.
He's not speculating on that. He's explaining what this citation is. He's a highway, he works for Florida Highway Patrol. He can testify to that. You can proceed.
Okay, can you repeat your question again?
You have to have, what would that indicate here on the traffic citation, that this is checked no for a box that says 16 passengers?
So, as far as I can tell, those boxes are endorsements that you have to have in your driver's license. If you see their CDL, hazardous material, and stuff like that. I believe those boxes are checked no, because either the vehicle he was driving was not a 16-passenger van, or there's not an endorsement in the driver's license.
Okay, so it's not a commercial vehicle, it's
Mhm.
not a hazardous materials vehicle, it's not a 16-passenger van, it's not a motorcycle.
Yes.
That's all, thank you.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor. afternoon. Should I call you officer now?
No, no, no.
Oh, okay. Good
No.
afternoon, Mr. Nunez. How are you doing today?
Pretty good, you?
I'm doing well. How long have you lived in Miami?
Since 2013, March.
Okay. And have you lived there ever since 2013 until now? You
I
still live there?
don't live there now.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in Melbourne now.
Okay. But in 2014, when you were working at the Comfort Rent-A-Car,
Yes.
you're very familiar with that area around the Comfort Rent-A-Car, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's the Comfort Rent-A-Car. That's one of the rental car places that's right by the Miami International Airport. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you even estimate or guess how many different businesses are in a 1 mile radius from your Comfort Rent-A-Car in all directions?
No.
Over thousands?
Yes.
Okay, that includes homes
Yes.
on the outskirts of Miami International Airport?
Yes.
And we can't even begin to count how many people drive through the airport on a daily basis, right?
Not even close. No.
Not even close. So when you worked, and Comfort Rent-A-Car back in 2014 was pretty busy, right?
Yes.
Because it's one of the rent-a-cars that services the airport, right?
What was that?
It's one of the one of the rent-a-cars that's close to the airport.
Yes.
Okay, you guys get business for tourists that are coming into that international airport.
Yes.
All right. And how many customers do you think you dealt with in the month of June?
I don't know.
Hundreds?
Probably.
Probably. Okay. You don't have an independent recollection and you can't picture who it is that walked in. You couldn't tell me what he was wearing, anything like that when that car was rented.
No.
Okay? And what you use in order to help you remember things are those documents, right?
Yes.
That's why those documents are so important, because you use them to keep records of everything that's happening in the business.
Yes.
Just in case someone comes to you 2 years later and tries to ask you something, you look at those documents in order to determine, some facts.
Yes.
So you wouldn't be able to tell this jury what Sigfredo Garcia was wearing when he came and rented that vehicle.
No.
Okay? You wouldn't be able to tell me who came or how he even got to Comfort Rent-A-Car, right?
No.
Did you guys have cameras inside your business?
I don't remember if when we started we had cameras, and I don't remember if they have any records of cameras in the business.
Okay. Do you know if there are any cameras outside the business?
I believe so.
Okay. And there's also possible cameras that are on the businesses that are surrounding
Yes.
Comfort Rent-A-Car, right?
Yes.
And I want to go back and address. Okay. So I am going to show you what has been marked as State Exhibit Composite, I think, 71. Okay. And you filled this out, correct?
Yes.
Now, what does that say?
That on top?
Right there, yes.
Daytime in.
Okay, so there's a slot there for you to record the time that the person came in there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And even though you're looking down here, you're saying that this was your regular course for just 24 hours,
Yes.
but you can't say with 100% certainty that that's the time that you came in there.
Not 100%.
Okay. And then, so the next day, if we're going by what you're saying on the other rental car, is your testimony that he came in at the exact same time the very next day to change out the car?
I can say he came in at the same exact time. The time that you see there is the time that the vehicle is due in. So I go by the first contract.
Okay, but it's not the situation where everybody has the same due date at the end of the day?
I don't understand the question you're asking.
Because what I'm asking here is you're testifying to the jury that you put this within 24 hours of when you believe the person came in.
Yes, the first time.
Okay,
Yes.
so you can't say what time you came in on this day?
I can say by looking at that, I just put there the time that the vehicle is due back, so
So you won't be able to tell what time he came in on this day?
on the second time that he got the second vehicle? No.
Now, you said that you are a Florida Highway Patrol officer now, right?
Yes.
How long have you been doing that?
It's about a year and a half now.
Okay, what county do you work for?
Brevard County?
You ever worked for Alachua County before?
No.
Do you know this officer?
No.
Okay, have you ever spoken to this officer?
No.
Were you an officer in 2014 when this ticket was written?
No.
Do you have any idea why Officer Downing checked off or put in anything?
No, that would be up to
That's
him.
him, right?
Yes.
And we need to ask him.
Yes.
So if he said that, oh, I checked this box because there were no passengers in the vehicle, the best person to ask would be him, right?
Yes.
Do you know that if he's a listed witness in this case?
Not that I know of.
When was it that you were ever approached about giving information concerning the documents that you filled out?
What, the contract?
On the contract, yeah. How many months, years after were you approached?
So I rented a car in 2014, and I came to the first trial, so I don't know.
But I'm talking about when the detectives first approached you. And first just came to ask you questions.
Can I refer to my notes? Because I have when they came to see me
Yeah, and just,
at the rent-a-car, that's the day.
correct. And that's the first time you ever knew about this case, is when
Yes.
some detectives,
Yes.
and they
I
identified.
don't know the day of the top of my head, but I have it.
I mean, I have no objection, Judge, if he looks, I don't know what he's looking at, but if the state has no objection.
There's just your own personal notes?
No, this was the notes that I got from the case.
Okay, well, Judge, I'll strike that question, I'll rephrase it.
All right.
Okay, because I don't want you
It
substituting
wasn't the
anything.
same year, that's
It-
what you asking.
That's perfect. It wasn't
Yeah.
the same year.
No.
So is it fair to say it was more than 12 months?
Yes.
Okay, and when these officers came to you, right, could you readily tell that they were police officers?
I don't recall that.
Did they identify themselves as
They
police officers?
did identify, yes.
Okay, were they nice to you?
Yes.
They spoke to you and gave you an opportunity to explain what you knew about this case?
What I knew about the rental, not the case. I don't know.
Oh, no,
anything
just the
about
rental,
case.
the things
Yes.
that you have knowledge of about this case, because your knowledge is only limited to those rent-a-car
Yes.
agreements. Okay. Your Honor, may I have one moment, please?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Nunez.
Right. Redirect?
Yes, sir.
So I just want to be clear, you're saying that when Secretary Garcia came in to exchange the car for the second contract, you don't know what time he came in to exchange that car because it's due back at the same time and the same date as this first contract.
Yes.
So you don't know what time he came in and did the exchange.
No.
Y'all just said, hey, do it at the same time as the first party.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
First contract though, you said you do know what time that you rented this car on June 2nd because it's due exactly 3 days from the time that he rented it.
Yes.
And you said that you put the time at the same time that he comes in, says, I want a car, and you'll fill out the contract.
Yes. At the time I started writing the contract.
If at the time you started writing the contract.
Yes.
That's when you put 8:50 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. You were asked, just a moment.
The defense asked you, well, you don't know how he got there that day. I mean, in your experience watching customers come and go through your 3 years there, would people often get dropped off at the rental car place before they rented a car?
They could.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Can we release the witness?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Want the pointer back?
You can just set it right there. That'll be fine. All right, we're going to take our break now, about 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. We'll start back up at 5 to 11. Again, no discussions amongst yourselves about any of the testimony that's been presented to you, and we'll see you back in about 10 to 15 minutes to start back with the testimony. Okay, all right, okay. All right? The deputy will take you back. We're still in session, so please remain quiet in the courtroom. Right, jury's out of the courtroom, the door is closed. Ms. Kappelman, security just wanted to check and make sure that you're not going to need Rivera again today.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, so he can be taken back today. All right, thank you. Also, if the state could provide the court with a copy of whatever that discovery was by this afternoon so that I have it to review over the weekend and I'm familiar with it when we address it next week.
Yes,
Okay?
Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess till about 5 to 11, and we'll be back to continue testimony at that time. All right, Ms. Dugan, did Ms. Kappelman step outside?
She did, but we can continue without her. This is my witness next.
Okay. All right, anything before we bring the jury in, Ms. Dugan?
Well, this is Sergeant Corbett. He has a summary to show the jury. Part of his summary, or one part of it, is a traffic citation that we have is a certified business record. I believe the defense has no objection, but I asked to move it in at this time. This is State 85, and then we would be publishing it and showing it to the jury through his presentation.
All right, and so that's been stipulated to?
It's a certified business record.
Okay, all right. Any objection?
No objection, not stipulated to, but no objection.
Okay, all right. So states 85 is admitted into evidence. And then you're using a demonstrative with this witness?
We have a summary, Judge, that I'll be moving into evidence with this witness.
Okay.
There is a PDF copy and a notebook that will be in evidence, and then he's going to be presenting it via PowerPoint presentation for the jury.
All right.
Your Honor, my only hope, and I don't know if this will be an issue, but there's certain things that are contained within the slideshow that may or may not be in evidence yet.
I'm not aware of what.
Okay, just want to make, there's a lot of stuff in there, this is hundreds of pages, I just want to make sure that if something is in the demonstrative, that it's actually in evidence and we lodge any objection before it's shown to the jury.
All right.
Well, I've given them a copy a long time ago. There's a copy here. If there's anything specifically they can find, I don't know of anything, but.
All right, well, it's the notebook that you put into evidence.
I haven't entered it yet, Judge. It's
Okay, and what number is that?
State 73.
Okay, so is that what the substance of the demonstrative is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So as long as that's matching up, then we shouldn't have any problems.
Just so I'm understanding this correctly, the demonstrative, we object to that going back to the jury, the actual, the slideshow.
The demonstratives do not go back to the jury.
Okay, I just want to make sure that I understood what
Right.
was happening correctly.
The 73 is going to be exhibit that's going to be offered for admission into evidence, subjected to being admitted. The demonstrative portrays what is in that document, but only the document goes back to the jury. It's just a demonstrative.
Understood, thank you.
All right, okay. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Yeah. I don't mind at all. Whatever's best for you. Okay. All right. And Ms. Dugan, I know that this witness is going to continue past our lunch hour, so let's just keep an eye on a good breaking time for that. So close to noon as possible.
All right, jury entering the courtroom.
All right, please be seated. State may call its next witness.
They call Sergeant Chris Corbett.
Sergeant Chris Corbett, please. Good morning. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Certainly. My name is Christopher Corbett. That's Corbitt, and I am a sergeant with the City of Tallahassee Police Department.
Are you a sworn law enforcement officer, Sergeant Corbett?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been with Tallahassee Police Department?
I have been with the Tallahassee Police Department for coming up on 27 years, and I have been a sworn law enforcement officer for almost 30.
And what's your assignment there at TPD?
I currently supervise the Technical Operations Unit, and that is a unit within the agency that is responsible for sort of all the high-tech or ways we use technology to assist in criminal investigations.
And how long have you been the sergeant? I'm sorry, please finish.
So the technical unit or technical operations unit is responsible for things such as computer and mobile device forensics, could be audio video monitoring or audio video retrieval, CCTV retrieval, and then communication record analysis, which is what I spend most of my time doing.
And how long have you been sergeant with that unit?
I believe I was promoted in 2012 for that unit.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background and training in the areas of cell phone analysis?
Yes, I have over 1,480 some hours of general technical knowledge and training. I have almost 780 hours of technical training specific to cell phones or cell phone analysis. And that includes things such as analysis of the records, mapping records, how the cell phones themselves operate, how the network operates, radio frequency propagation, or how radio waves move around. In addition to that training, I also provide instruction to law enforcement officers around the country. I provide instruction on communication and other digital evidence to analysts and prosecutors throughout the state, and have been doing it for a significant amount of time.
Have you ever testified as an expert in the field of historical communication record analysis?
Yes, I have.
And about how many times?
80.
Those are all my questions as to his qualification, Judge.
Would you like to voir dire?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
All right, so at some point, did you become involved in the investigation of the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
All right, how did you become involved?
I don't remember the specifics, but at some point we were contacted by the investigators and asked to provide a variety of assistance in analyzing communication records, both for the victim and, as the case evolved, for other persons that were involved in the investigation.
Okay. And some of these people that may have been involved in this investigation, possible suspects, did that include the Adelson family, Sigfredo Garcia, Catherine Magbanua, and Luis Rivera?
Yes, it did.
You mentioned earlier that a lot of what you do is analyzing cell phone records. Were cell phone records requested in this case?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And I believe those have already been moved into evidence, a number of call detail records. We have the call detail records for Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia, Wendy Adelson, Donna Adelson, Charlie Adelson, Harvey Adelson, Catherine Magbanua, and also the victim, Dan Markel, in this case, right?
Yes.
Now, do each one of those call detail records, they contain a certification from the phone company that they are the originating records from that phone carrier, right?
Yes.
And do each of those call detail records contain a voluminous amount of data?
They do. The records that we get from the carriers do contain a significant amount of information, and they're either provided in a spreadsheet or maybe a PDF document or text document. To print those out would be tens of thousands of pages. Some of the records we requested covered a significant date range. So yes, they are voluminous to say the least.
Okay. And in your testimony today, will you be relying on a summary of all of those records to assist the jury in understanding those records and how they relate to other evidence in this case?
Yes, a summary, and that summary does contain some of the actual raw records, and some of the summaries are created from those records.
Okay. I've left in front of you State's Exhibit 73. It's in the notebook. Can you take a look at that? Now, this notebook, is that a PDF copy of the summary that you created for this case?
It is a printout of the PDF copy, yes.
Okay. At this time, I would move State 73 into evidence.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
If I could see it as well, too.
You want
Okay.
to, okay.
Your Honor, if we can go sidebar, please.
So, State's Exhibit 73, this notebook. This is a PDF version of your summary that you're going to be showing us today via PowerPoint here in the courtroom.
Well, PDF is an electronic format. So the original presentation was done as a PowerPoint. It does have some animations or things that move. So to capture that, it was downloaded as a PDF, and then that PDF was printed out. And so that printout that you have represents the original PowerPoint that the presentation was done.
Okay. And this summary you are relying on to show us the locations, call patterns, who's calling each other, where everybody is throughout this case on the dates that are important for this investigation.
That's correct.
All right. At this point, Judge, I'd like to move State 73 into evidence.
All right, Exhibit 73 is going to be admitted into evidence subject to the defense's objections made at sidebar.
Okay. Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, so first I want to talk a little bit about a witness that we heard from yesterday. Are you familiar with the evidence of Wendy Adelson's activities the day of Dan Markel's murder, July 18th, 2014?
Yes, I am.
Okay, are you familiar with the route that she took on July 18th from her house to run errands that morning after her TV repair appointment at her home?
I am familiar with her testimony and other evidence as far as the route that was taken that morning, yes.
Okay, and did you create a map based on that evidence?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you show us?
Can.
What do we see here?
So this is obviously just primarily a map of the city of Tallahassee. The icon, the flag, and the address in the upper right is or was Miss Adelson's residence at the time of this incident. So it is the starting point of her travels that day.
Okay, so 3303 Aqua Ridgeway, that's where she lived on July 18th of 2014?
That's correct.
All right, so where did she go after she left her home that day?
She was traveling to purchase alcohol, and her travels took her down to Thomasville Road in the area of Benton Road. Coming down Centerville Road, Benton is a cut through from Centerville over to the Thomasville Road area, and so we see that she would have traveled here and then encountered where the crime scene was blocked off.
Okay, so the 2116 Trescott Drive address, that was the address of the crime scene the day of the murder?
That's correct.
Okay, and what do we see is the little yellow diamond with the exclamation point?
The Tallahassee Police Department had, again, the roadway blocked to prevent interference with the crime scene, and that is the approximate location of where the roadway was blocked and traffic could not go past.
Where did she go after she encountered that roadblock?
She would have traveled back out to Thomasville Road, to Centerville, back down to Benton, and across to Thomasville.
Where did she go once she reached Thomasville Road?
She went to the ABC Fine Wine and Spirits there, again just south of Benton on Thomasville Road, and we see that a receipt for a purchase.
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I believe I did. But she went to the ABC Liquors as we have a receipt for that purchase.
Okay, and the time on that receipt, it looks like you've highlighted as 12:49 p.m.
That's correct.
What was that looks like it was Bullet Rye Bourbon purchased at ABC?
It was, yes.
All right, so after she left ABC, where did she go next?
She was having lunch with friends at a restaurant, Mosaic. So she would have traveled north on Thomasville Road to the area of I-10 where Mosaic Restaurant was.
Okay. Mosaic no longer around. Used to be in Market Square area though.
That's correct.
All right. So based on the location information from her calls and text messages that you were able to look at in her call detail records, were you able to determine like an approximate time that she encountered that roadblock?
Yes. So again, in the call detail records, we have a lot of different information. Call detail records is a generic term for a number of different records we're able to get from a carrier. But primarily, call detail records are a set of records that contain the dates and times of communication events. And those can be text messages or voice calls and sometimes data sessions. But with those events in that record, we again see a date and a time. If it were a voice call, we may get the duration or how long that event, how long that phone call was. We see the phone numbers, who's calling who, the direction, whether it's incoming or outgoing. And then we also generally have some location information in the form of a cell site. And that will be the cell site that the handset was communicating with for that particular event. So by looking into Ms. Adelson's records, we see that we do have events with cell site locations around this time. So we have a fairly lengthy phone call that begins on a cell site, as we can see in the upper right, 12:31 p.m. And the blue dot just represents the location of the cell site. We'll talk more about cell sites and how they are broken down. But that dot just represents the location of where that cell site is. So that phone call began on a cell site that was near her home. And we can see there was, I believe, a text message that came in around 12:35 p.m. and that communicated with a cell site closer to Capitol Circle. And then we see that that call ends on a cell site that's very close to the ABC Liquors. So by knowing those times, the 12:31 that the call began, the 12:47 where the call ended, and also the receipt time of 12:49 p.m., then we have an approximate time that she would have passed by the crime scene.
And what time was that?
That would have been around 12:40 to possibly 12:45.
Okay. Now, according to Wendy Adelson's phone records, did she and Dan Markel communicate by phone on July 18th, 2014?
They did, and this is a representation of the actual call detail records. So then, again, this is the kind of information that we get, the date and time of events and the locations and the who. And we can take that information and produce it into a summary. We can take our analytical software, put that in, and that allows us to assign names to phone numbers, which make it a little easier for the investigators to use. You don't have to memorize a bunch of phone numbers. We can assign names to those numbers, and it makes it a little easier for us to look at. So we're able to see who she was in contact with that morning.
Did she miss any calls from Dan Markel that morning?
There was an early morning call that I believe was missed. There was a return call later on, but there was some attempted contact with Mr. Markel.
Okay. And Dan Markel was shot by 11 a.m., right?
I believe so, yes.
What time did she call Dan Markel back?
Well, we can see at the very top there was an incoming call from Mr. Markel.
And I think we have a pointer up there, a laser pointer for you. Thank you.
Make that work. Yeah, so that would have been at 9:02 a.m. And then we see that Mr. Markel, there was an outgoing call at 11:42. So again, being that these are her records, outgoing would be Miss Adelson trying to reach Mr. Markel.
Okay. And she have a bit of communication with her brother, Charlie Adelson, that morning?
Yes.
Can you show us that?
That would be these calls, again, where Mr. Adelson's name is listed. We can see that those are both incoming and outgoing voice calls. We see that one has a duration of a little over 18 minutes, so there was some communication between them.
Okay. And just so to talk about the difference between the slide we saw before and this slide, on the slide we saw before, when you first get the call detail records in there in that raw format, do you have to do conversions with the times?
There are a number of things that we need to do with the actual call detail records to make them more usable for us. Yes, time conversion is one. At this particular time, AT&T was still providing records in local time, but a lot of the records that we get would be in either GMT or UTC, Coordinated Universal Time. So we'll make an adjustment to our local time zone. Sometimes within the records, events are provided in different time zones. Sprint in particular will provide text messages in Central Time. So we go into that report and adjust the text messages to our local time zone. In addition, in the raw records, we may often see multiple events for one phone call. So an incoming phone call may get routed through the carrier network, may get routed to voicemail, and that may produce multiple lines of records, even though it's actually only one call. And we don't want to look at that as 3 or 4 calls because it is actually just one. So those are just a few of the kind of changes that we need to make with the raw records to make them more usable for the investigators.
Okay. All right. Now, looking at the next slide, we see these calls. Are we able to go back in time and listen to these calls?
No.
Why not?
Well, unless someone were recording their own phone calls, there's no way for us as law enforcement to go back and get those recordings. The phone carriers do not record them. They're not automatically saved somewhere. So we don't have any resources to be able to go back and obtain the actual audio or what was spoken during those phone calls.
Okay. So that's, unless someone is recording it, as far as law enforcement be able to listen in on a phone call, that's something only that law enforcement can do in a certain situation, like after a crime is committed, they know who the suspects are and they go get a court order to be able to listen in on conversations.
That's correct.
Okay. So if I left here today, I called you, no one can listen in on that call unless they've already suspected us of doing a crime in the past. They're up on our phones and listening in.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
So let me say, the only way to lawfully listen to our phone call would be if law enforcement was given the authority from a court to be able to intercept that phone call and listen.
Okay.
There may be other nefarious ways that someone could overhear or intercept our communication, but as far as law enforcement, a lawful court order would be the only way that we could do that.
Right. And if there wasn't a court order in place in the summer of 2014, we can't go back retroactively and listen to these calls.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So now, did Dan Markel have Wendy Adelson and his children the morning of July 18th?
I'm sorry?
Did Dan Markel have he and Wendy Adelson's children the morning of July 18th?
Yes, he did.
All right. And where did he take them that morning?
They would have been taken to their school, Creative Preschool on West Tharp Street.
Okay. Now, when she drove by Trescott Drive, she encountered the roadblock around, you said, 12:40. Did she attempt to call Dan Markel or her children?
She did not.
Okay. And you're looking at this call detail summary to be able to see that?
Yes. So these would be all of the phone calls in the afternoon or from the time period that she would have passed, or before that, past the crime scene through that afternoon. And there were no other calls to Mr. Markel.
Okay. Did she call her children's daycare, Creative Preschool, to see if they had made it to school?
She did not.
Did she attempt to call 911 looking at her call detail records?
From the call detail records, no.
Law enforcement of any kind?
No.
Okay. Now, in the couple of hours after she encountered that roadblock, I see here we've got from, up on the screen now, from 11:45 down to 3:17. Was she in contact with anyone in the Adelson family or anyone associated with this case during that time?
She was not, that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the area of Thomasville Road and I-10 where Mosaic used to be?
I am, yes.
Were there any liquor stores in that area back in July of 2014?
There were, yes.
And what were those stores?
There was Market Square Liquors, Publix Liquors, there's an ABC a little further north on Thomasville Road as well.
Okay. And did you create a map based on those store locations and then Is that what you have next? Okay.
It is.
Can you show us that?
I can. So again, the starting point being Miss Adelson's residence, and her ultimate destination being Mosaic, we can kind of look at maybe some alternate routes that she may have been able to take to get there. And certainly what appears to be a shorter route would to be go, directly across to Mosaic. We did talk about the other liquor stores, Publix, Market Square, and ABC, which again, all appear to be closer to her destination than that ABC on Thomasville Road.
So the dotted line there represents a route that she could have taken to get to those liquor stores that were closer to Mosaic?
That's correct.
All right, and what route did she actually take to get to ABC and then Mosaic?
So again, this is the Centerville, Trescott, back to Centerville, Thomasville, and back north.
And the purple line there is based on the mapping from her call detail records?
The purple line is based on the information about her travels from her testimony and other evidence that tells us where she went. The timing came from the call detail records.
Okay. And how much longer is the route that she actually took, which took her by the Trescott Drive residence of Dan Markel, compared to the route she could have taken?
Well, timing, of course, depends on a lot of things, traffic and other, but in general, we can see that the shortest route is just over 3.5 miles. The longest route is just under 9.5. So it's obviously a longer trip.
All right. Now, switching gears here, can you walk us through where Dan Markel went the morning that he was murdered based on his call detail records?
Yes, again, we know that Mr. Markel was at his residence in the morning, that he did take the children to Creative Preschool, and then ultimately went to Premier Health and Fitness to work out prior to returning home.
Did TPD believe that whoever shot Dan Markel was at some of those same locations that morning, or at least one of the same locations?
We certainly believe that it was possible or likely that he was being surveilled or followed as he traveled around that morning, yes.
Okay, and at this, y'all had seen the surveillance images of the Prius at Premier Gym?
That's correct.
Okay. How were y'all able to identify, or to try to identify, who was in that Prius using the cell phone records?
Well, one of the techniques that we have is what is commonly known as a tower dump. And what we're able to do when we have multiple locations like that, his home, the preschool, and Premier Health and Fitness, and we have approximate times. So we know about when he left home, we know about when he got to Creative, and we know about the time that he arrived and departed Premier Health and Fitness. So we're able to serve a legal demand to the carriers and ask for any events that were processed through the cell sites that would service those 3 locations, his home, the preschool, and the gym. And then what we're looking for there is assuming that they actually had events, made or received phone calls, text messages, or data sessions. Then the only numbers that we would see that were common to those 3 different locations and those time frames would be handsets that were traveling with Mr. Markel. So that's what we attempted to do.
Okay. And what is a cell site?
A cell site is commonly known as a cell tower. You'll hear me say site because it's not always a tower, but it is antennas and infrastructure that allows a cell phone to wirelessly communicate with that cell site to complete your phone calls and your text messages. We have a number of cell sites around town. Each carrier has their own infrastructure or their own cell sites. And again, as I say site, may be mounted to the side of a building or a water tower or even in a ceiling inside of a building. But there are a number of locations that have the cellular infrastructure to allow us to complete phone calls.
Okay. So do we have any cell sites here? What does your map show right now?
We do. This is just kind of an example of what we're looking at. With each location, we would look at a radius around that location and determine what cell sites might service that location. We see we have 2 cell sites here with T-Mobile that my belief would service the Premier Health and Fitness. So those are the cell sites that we ask the carrier to provide to us.
So you contacted all the phone companies who had cell sites in those locations where Dan Markel was, Trescott Drive, the preschool, the Premier Gym, You looked at all the records for all the numbers located in those cell sites in those time frames.
Yes,
Okay, meaning the time frames that he would have been there.
yes.
All right, which companies did you get records from?
We obtained records from AT&T, Verizon Wireless, Sprint, and T-Mobile.
I've left a couple of items of evidence in front of you. They've been labeled and shown to defense as states 101, 102, 103, and 104. Do you recognize those items?
I do, yes.
Okay, and what are they?
These would be the actual tower dump records or the communication records obtained from each of those carriers for this investigation.
And I think you told us this before, but when you get these records, do they contain a certificate of authenticity from the carrier, letting you know that they are originating from that carrier, they're a business record from that company?
They do, yes.
Okay, and did all four carriers provide that in this case?
Yes, they did.
At this time, I'd move 101 through 104 into evidence as a business record.
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted as 101 through 104.
And just for the record, 101 is T-Mobile, 102 is AT&T, 103 is Verizon, and 104 is Sprint. So each of those CDs, they contain, kind of as you said before, hundreds of thousands of pages of data and information, right?
Yes, the tower returns are a much smaller time frame that we requested, so they don't have quite as much as the other call detail records, but there's still a significant amount of information there.
What did you do once you received the tower dump records from those phone companies?
As I mentioned, we do have analytical software that allows us to sort of process and analyze all of those call detail records to make them a little more useful for us. And one of the things that it does is looks for those common callers. So we can put these records in and ask it for any phone number that was consistent with all of those locations. And that's what we did in this case. Fortunately, we did not find a number that was in all of those locations.
Okay, so no number had been to Truscott Drive, Premier, the preschool, and going back to Truscott Drive after.
Correct, not in the time frame that we had asked.
Okay. Now, does that mean that the suspect's phone, whoever was in this Prius, that their phone was not at those four locations that morning?
It does not. As I mentioned, for those records to be created through that tower for us to get anything, then they have to be actually using that handset. Each carrier is able to give us slightly different information as far as the specificity or details. T-Mobile is one that can only give us locations for voice calls. So if they were not making or receiving an actual voice call at that time, then that tower we would not see any activity from that tower at that time.
And what if they weren't using their phones at all, let's say during those times?
Then again, we would get nothing at all.
So if you don't have an event, your phone's being actively used, then you can't map it.
That's correct. And in some cases, even if you're making events, they may not be events that the carrier captures through the tower. So we definitely need that activity for us to see those records.
Okay. Now, since we couldn't find a number with common events for all four of those locations, what did you do next?
Well, what we got back was, again, a list of all the phone numbers that had events or were present in those cell sites during those times. So in essence, that's just a list of unique phone numbers. In addition, we had a significant number of call detail records from all the subjects involved in the investigation. It could be the Adelsons, the victim, a number of people that we already had records for. So again, those are also a list of phone numbers calling one another. So we were actually compared all the numbers that were here in Tallahassee, that were near those towers around those times, to see if they had any connection to any of the other persons that we already had records for. Did anyone's phone number that was here have communication with someone that was involved in our investigation?
Okay. And the people we had the call details records for were the ones I went over before, all possible suspects, and then also Dan Markel, the victim?
That's correct.
Well, I guess at that point, it was just the Adelson family and Dan Markel, the victim.
Yes, and I don't remember exactly when this particular analysis was done or what all records we had at that time, but we only found one commonality.
Okay. So did anybody in Dan Markel's life have contact with any of the phone numbers from that tower dump?
We did find this 786 number that was present in the tower dump, was also present in Harvey Adelson's call detail records.
Okay. And when was that event? Okay, so I'm sorry, go back. Who is this and what is that next to him?
So this is Harvey Adelson, and those are, again, an image of the actual call detail records that we obtained from AT&T.
So this is kind of like a picture of his call detail records.
It is, yes.
Now, when did that contact with the number that was in the tower dump have contact with Harvey Adelson's cell phone?
So that was on July 1st of 2014. We can see that that was at 5:20 p.m. This is another situation I mentioned earlier where it appears that we have three different events here, but it is just one. It's one incoming phone call that was routed to voicemail.
Okay. So about, I guess, 17 days before the murder, a Miami number that was communicating with a cell site here in Tallahassee on the day of the murder that Dan Markel was at. And which cell site was it?
That was the cell site around Premier Health and Fitness.
Okay. About 17 days before that, that number had a contact in the call detail records with Harvey Adelson's cell phone.
That's correct.
Were you able to identify who, well, let me ask you first, what are you able to tell about this contact between the Miami number and Harvey Adelson's cell phone?
Again, with AT&T, some of the things that we see is both a seizure time and a duration. So how long did the phone ring? And then how long was the phone actually connected? Did the call connect? And then we may see an indication of routing or where that phone call was sent. So in these records, what we see is that the phone did ring for several seconds and was then routed to voicemail. It indicates that the phone was actually connected for 37 seconds once that ringing stopped. So that's the potential for a 37-second voicemail.
Okay, so you can tell from the records that this call, it was routed to voicemail.
That's correct.
And then there is a several second duration after it reaches voicemail where either someone could have been breathing on the voicemail or leaving a message.
Again, I have no idea what was said or not said or left or not left, but there was a 37-second duration that this was connected to voicemail.
Okay. And were you able to identify who that 786 number that left a voicemail to Harvey Adelson on July 1st, who that number belonged to?
Yes, that number was associated with Mr. Garcia.
Now, did a witness in this case explain why Garcia left a voicemail on Harvey Adelson's cell phone?
Objection.
And
What another witness said.
if we can approach, he's trying to explain another reason why he knew this as a voicemail and he's an expert.
That's hearsay. He can't, commenting on another witness's testimony is going to be hearsay. So that's sustained.
Yes, sir. Can you tell me what the person's name was that provided an explanation for that voicemail?
That was Miss Yendra Mascara.
Yendra Mascara?
I believe, yes.
Okay. Now, were you able to obtain, and now that voicemail was the only contact that you were able to find in any of these records from that number, Sigfredo Garcia, to anyone in the Adelson family, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you able to obtain historical call detail records for Sigfredo Garcia's phone?
Some, yes.
Okay, can you tell me about that?
Certainly. So this account or this phone number was being serviced by Metro PCS, which at the time was being taken over by T-Mobile or purchased by T-Mobile. We did send a number of legal demands, and we were able to get basically 2 sets of records, one primarily from each carrier, that provided us some call detail records and locations and those kind of things for periods around the homicide.
Okay, and did you compare that location information to Dan Markel's locations the morning of July 18th?
We did. Just because the handset was in that cell site, we did want to make sure that it was actually consistent with the Premier Health and Fitness. So we did obtain those records, and we looked at the location information that was contained within. And what we see here is, again, this is just an excerpt from the records, but we're giving a latitude and longitude for the cell site. We're also given some unique numbers for it, but primarily we can use the latitude and longitude to plot where that cell site is. So again, we can see that these 2 events, 9:36 and 9:58 a.m., that handset is communicating with a cell site there at I-10 and Thomasville Road that is obviously close to the Premier Health and Fitness Center.
And so the 9:36 and 9:58 a.m. that we see plotted on the map there, down at the bottom, where we see Garcia's cell site locations, is that showing that that yellow dot shows the time that he is communicating with that cell site?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you explain to us, how the information in the records, though, leads you to be able to make a determination that that's where he was at that time?
Well, again, the call detail records contain location information for us, and that is either a unique numerical identifier for a cell site that we can go to another spreadsheet or a key and figure out exactly where that cell site is located. And in addition to knowing where the cell site is located, it also tells us which side or sector of the cell site the handset may be communicating with. To this point, we talked about cell sites just as a singular location, but in fact, most of our cell sites are broken down into sectors or sides, and that means they have antennas that are facing different directions. And so the carrier gives us the side of the antenna that that handset was communicating with. So we can kind of take that general area around the cell site and narrow it down to something more when we look at the actual sector or side the handset was communicating with. And then it's a matter of including or excluding locations. Historical cell site analysis that I do includes being given an address, in this case the Premier Health and Fitness, and asked if that location is consistent with being serviced by that particular cell site and sector. Meaning if I were standing in the parking lot, could my phone use that particular cell site and that particular sector?
And did you have some sectors here?
We did, yes. So most of our cell sites are divided into 3 sectors. They're not always oriented north, southeast, southwest. We do get the orientation from the carrier, so we know which way they're turned. But in this case, the cell site that we're speaking about did have 3 sides. And as we go back to the records, it tells us the azimuth, or again, the direction in degrees. So if we think about 360 degrees or a clock, 40 degrees is the particular side of this cell site the handset was using. And we can see that that particular sector is oriented towards the Premier Health and Fitness. So I would say yes, a handset in the parking lot of Premier Health and Fitness could utilize this cell site in this sector.
Did Sigfredo Garcia have any events around the actual time of the murder?
He did not.
What about earlier that morning?
There were some other events. I believe that these 2 are certainly the closest that we have to the actual incident.
Okay. These ones at 9:36 and 9:58 a.m. where he's consistent with being at Premier?
That's correct.
Okay. And when I say consistent with being at the Premier, that's kind of his location here at that time. That's the language that you use to show that his location is consistent with him being at Premier and using that cell tower that services that location.
That's correct. I cannot say exactly where a handset is. With the records that we have and that information, there is no way for me to say with certainty that that handset was in the parking lot of Premier Health and Fitness. The coverage area of the cell site can be relatively large. It's largely dependent upon neighboring cell sites and the distance to those other cell sites. So everything that I talk about is inclusion and exclusion. Yes, Premier Health and Fitness is included in the coverage area of this cell site, and it would be consistent with his handset being there.
Okay. Does that mean that Garcia's handset wasn't other places in Tallahassee that morning?
It does not mean that. Again, we only have, or we can only make an estimation of location when we have an event that has cell site information. So if there's no events, no locations, handset could be anywhere.
Why might a phone not have an event?
Number of reasons. Just not using it, powered off, battery went dead, left it at home, whatever it may be, but there are a number of reasons that a handset may not have any events.
From Sigfredo Garcia's records, can you tell why he did not have an event after leaving the area of Premier Gym that morning?
I cannot say. Later in the records, we will see an indication of some voicemail notifications. And later in the records, we will see that there are attempted calls that do not reach the handset. And that is an indication to me that at some point, the handset maybe was turned off, battery went dead, left the network, but for whatever reason, these attempted phone calls did not reach the handset. And then there are some notifications that come in from the carrier, I believe, when the handset is reconnected to the network.
What's a frequency report?
A frequency report is one analytical report that we can do with the records. We do them quite frequently and as an investigative aid. If we're trying to identify who is important to someone, who they communicate with most frequently, who they may hang out with, where they may be, then we take all of those phone records that we have, again, in our analytical software, and we ask it to tally up the most frequently contacted numbers. And again, that helps us identify some importance to other persons or other phone numbers, maybe co-conspirators, friends, neighbors, family, whatever it may be. Those frequency reports help us out.
And did you run a frequency report on Sigfredo Garcia's 786 phone record?
We did, yes.
Okay, and what did you see?
Again, a series of numbers and the number of times that phone number is in their records. And what we saw that the top number was this 78656413112.
And who did that number belong to?
That number was associated with Miss Catherine Magbanua.
Okay. And was Catherine Magbanua's phone number found in any other records that you had as part of this case?
Again, as I mentioned, a frequency report is a common thing for us to do with all records. We did have a frequency report for Mr. Adelson, Mr. Charlie Adelson's records, and what we saw was that her number appeared in his records as well, and for the period of these particular records, it was the second most frequently contacted number.
So you find Garcia's records in this tower dump communicating near Premier Gym. You compare his number against all the Adelsons and find only one contact ever from him to Harvey Adelson, and it was just a voicemail. So then you look at Garcia's frequency report to see if any of his top contacts have any contact with any Adelson, if there's any link to him and the Adelsons. And this is what you found?
That's correct.
Did you look at anything else in Garcia's frequency report?
Again, knowing the frequency reports may help us identify people that are important to any particular person. Knowing that we had two persons who had came to Tallahassee, we did actually compare the numbers in his frequency report back to that tower dump data that we got. And what we found is that there was an AT&T phone number that was in a cell site here in Tallahassee that was also in his frequency report.
And who did that number belong to?
That number belonged to Luis Rivera.
And so Luis Rivera, also one of Garcia's frequent contacts, and you look in the tower dump, and he's also in the tower dump at Premier Gym at that time.
His phone number's in the tower dump records, yes.
Okay. But the reason you hadn't noticed it before is that there was never a contact with anyone in the Adelson family or anyone that you could find connected to the Adelsons with him.
But that's correct.
Okay. And when Luis Rivera was interviewed by law enforcement, he admitted that he and Garcia were, in fact, in that Prius at Premier Gym that day following Dan Markel?
That's my understanding, yes.
And where are Garcia and Rivera both from?
Miami?
All right, we're at a good stopping point for the lunch break, Judge.
All right. We're right at noon, so we'll take an hour break, and we'll see everybody back at 1 o'clock. I will tell you that we're going to break early today so that you all can take care of whatever affairs that you need to before the weekend. You've been extremely attentive. You've been punctual and timely, and I appreciate that. So we're just going to have one session this afternoon, so hopefully we'll be breaking around 3 or 3:30 so that you'll have some time during the week to take care of your affairs, okay? All right, so please remember, no discussions amongst yourselves or with anyone else, no searching on the internet or any news stories, and we'll see everybody back at 1 o'clock, okay? Thank you. All right, please be seated. Jury's out of the courtroom. The door is closed. We'll have an early break. They have their lives, and I know that they seemed very appreciative of that. Looked like a number of them had some things that they need to get taken care of during the work week, and so we need to be cognizant of that, okay? We'll break now for an hour, and we'll see everybody back in the courtroom at 1 o'clock. We'll be in recess. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, how am I doing? Oh, thank goodness.
So, good.
It's the only thing I'm worried about.
When you said those numbers, you were saying so slow. I was smiling. I was like, oh. I know.
I did know you looked at me first. Is my microphone on? Or
Like you face, when you're explaining to them, you turn your face and you speak to them, so the microphone is, yeah. Oh, it's on the opposite side. See?
fixed.
See? That's why you remain free.
All right, we're back on the record. We have all jurors present and accounted for, and anything from counsel before we bring the jury back in. Ms. Dugan, from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's bring the jurors in, please.
All rise, jury entering the courtroom.
Please be seated. We're ready to continue with the testimony, and Ms. Dugan, you may proceed.
All right, so Sergeant Corbett, before the break, we learned how the tower dump led to Secretary Garcia, which led to Catherine Magbanua and Luis Rivera. Once Luis Rivera was, after they found these folks, was Luis Rivera interviewed by law enforcement?
He was, yes.
Okay. Were y'all able to find some evidence that the two of them, Rivera and Garcia, took trips to Tallahassee in the summer of 2014?
We did, yes.
Okay. And there was the July trip when Dan Markel was murdered. When was the other trip? What month was it in?
The other trip was in June.
Did you look back in the call detail records and see evidence there that Rivera traveled from Miami in June of 2014 to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so the June trip and the July trip, when you looked at Rivera's records, were those his only trips to Tallahassee?
They were the only times that handset was in Tallahassee for the records that we have.
Okay, and that was Luis Rivera we're talking about.
That's correct.
All right, so I want to go in chronological order then. Do the June trip first, then the July trip, which was the trip that where the murder of Dan Markel took place. So, looking at the June trip, how did Garcia and Rivera get to Tallahassee on that trip?
It was with a rental vehicle.
Okay, and did law enforcement recover the rental agreement from Comfort Rent-A-Car for June of 2014?
They did, yes.
Okay. And did you create a kind of like a summary of their trip to Tallahassee and with a copy of the rental agreement?
I did, yes.
Okay. Can you show it to us?
I can. So this is the rental contract, and there are a few significant sections of it. One being the name in which the car was rented in, and the date that that occurred, the vehicle description, and the time that the vehicle was due back.
Okay, and this is the agreement that's already been entered into evidence of State 70, and this is the silver Nissan Altima, and it appears that it was rented on June 2nd of 2014?
That's correct.
Okay, and it was due back on June 5th at 8:50 p.m.?
That's correct.
All right, does Luis Rivera's name appear anywhere on that comfort rental agreement?
It does not.
Is there any phone evidence or records that show how this rental car was picked up?
There is.
Okay, and what's that?
Well, we looked at where the Comfort Rent-A-Car was. It was located by the Miami airport. We looked at Ms. Magbanua's records for the time of the rental. The rental was due back at 8:50, indicates the vehicle was rented at 8:50 in the evening. So we looked at
Your Honor, move to strike personal knowledge as to what the rental contract means.
All right. That's overruled. He can interpret that based on his training and experience. You may go ahead.
So we looked at records for either Mr. Rivera or Ms. Magbanua at the time of that rental. And what we did see was that Ms. Magbanua's records had events and cell site usage that was consistent with traveling towards the area of Comfort Rental Car on the evening of June 2nd.
Okay. Looking at the map here, Magbanua cell site locations down on the bottom left corner, that's in red. And so do the red dots and times show her locations?
Yes, again, when we see the dot, that represents the location of the actual cell site. And when we're looking at the dots, we're not worried about the sectors. We're talking about such a large area and a large travel that we're not breaking it down to the sector level here. But we do have the dots where the cell sites are located, and we have the times that those cell sites were used by that handset.
Okay, so can you walk us through what we see? What time is she consistent with being at her residence?
Well, we see an event at 8:25 p.m., which would be communicating with a cell site consistent with the area of her residence. By 8:34, the handset's using a cell site that's more in between the two locations. And then by 8:53, the handset is using a cell site that is very close to the Comfort Rent-A-Car.
Okay, and so at 8:53, she's using the tower that services the Comfort Rental Car just 3 minutes after this car rental contract is being written for Sigfredo Garcia?
Objection, Your Honor, as to personal knowledge of when the contract was written. We've already heard from Mr. Nunez, and he testified as to the approximation of that.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. And what do you have next?
So then, again, in addition to just the cell site, we can look at the particular sector that is being utilized. And here we see the sector that's being utilized by her handset is the sector that will be consistent with servicing the Comfort Rent-A-Car.
Okay. Now, is Comfort Rental Car in, or let me ask you first, looking here, we see the cell site and its location from Comfort Rental, and we see the Miami airport. Are there other things in this area, in this neighborhood of Miami?
Lots of other things.
Yeah.
A number of businesses, a number of structures. It is adjacent to the Miami International Airport.
Okay. And looking at, is Comfort Rental Car near Catherine Magbanua's house where she lives? What's the distance there?
Near is relative. I don't believe that it is near. It is probably a 25-minute drive we'll look at here in a second, but it is a significant distance from her residence.
Can you tell us what you found for that?
I can. We do see that after the 8:50 time frame that we have events at 9:17, 9:43, and 10:01, which would be consistent with travel back to her residence. And then if we look at a path of travel to get there, we can see that is about a 10-mile, almost 11-mile trip and approximately 25 minutes of travel time.
Did you look at did you look at Catherine Magbanua's records to see who the defendant was talking to during that time as she drove out to the rental car company and back?
I did. Again, we're kind of looking at the period between 8:25 and maybe 10:01 for events that bracket this travel. 8:25 or thereafter, she would have left the house, would have been home by 10:01. We see again the events in her records for that time frame, and these are her communications.
Okay, as she was going from her home to Comfort Rental Car, who did she speak to during that time?
Well, there's one number identified as coming back to Geico Insurance, and then there are a number of numbers. We can see here, I'll highlight the 9772, 9868, and again the 9772 in that up to about that 8:50 time frame.
So I'm looking at the top. On the way to the car rental, to Comfort Car Rental, at 8:25, she has an 8-minute 47 outgoing phone call to Geico Insurance.
Hold on.
Objection, Your Honor. This witness only testifies with a handset, not what Ms. Magbanua did.
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes, there is an outgoing 8-minute and 47-second call to Geico.
Okay. And Geico, they sell car insurance?
They do.
All right. After that 8-minute, 47-second phone call, are there any events until an 8:49 text message?
No.
Okay. And then are there any events after that text message before the 8:53 phone call?
No.
Okay. So exactly at 8:50, we don't have an event exactly at that time.
That's correct.
But we do have an event at 8:53, and that's a voice call.
That is correct.
Okay. And were you able to see who she might have been talking to or who she was communicating with from the time she left Comfort Rental on the way back to her residence?
Well, we do see that there at 8:57, there is an incoming 1-minute and 49-second call from Charlie Adelson, some text messages, and then a 25-minute phone call that began at 9:17, again with Mr. Charlie Adelson.
So at 8:57, when she is consistent with using the cell tower that services Comfort Rental, she's speaking with Charlie Adelson?
There is an incoming call from Mr. Adelson's number, yes.
Okay. And when she's on her way back from Comfort Rental car to her residence, at that point, there's communication with Charlie Adelson during that route.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm looking at the 9:17 call. That's a 25-minute call with Charlie Adelson from Comfort Rental all the way back to her residence.
That's correct.
We saw on the map before that she arrived back at her residence at 10:01 p.m. Who does she make an outgoing voice call to at that point?
Well, let me say, again, we can only make a determination about locations when we have an event. So we had an event at 10:01 that was consistent with her residence. So sometime at or prior to 10:01, she arrived back at the area around her apartment. I can't say that she got there exactly at 10:01. But at that 10:01 event is an outgoing voice call to Mr. Garcia.
Okay. And that's when she's back at her residence after from traveling over from the car rental area.
She's back to the area around her residence, yes.
Thank you. Obviously, the suspects in this case, some of them have close relationships. Catherine Magbanua was dating Charlie Adelson in July of 2014, so you would expect people in a dating relationship to have communication together, right?
I would, yes.
And if Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua share children together, we'd expect them to be talking too in the summer of 2014, right?
I would, yes.
You'd also expect Charlie Adelson to talk to his mom and his sister and his dad, his family members?
Yes, I would.
All right. When you're looking at these cell phone records, though, were you looking at these certain dates because they were found to be significant dates in the investigation as far as the day the car was rented, the day the murder occurred, the day money was exchanged, things of that nature?
Yes, we certainly did look at those dates and the communication around those dates.
Okay. And you're looking at that. When you're looking at that, you're looking at it to see if it gives you any insight as to who the parties were with that day, what they were doing, where they were going, that type of thing.
Correct.
Okay. Are there any calls or texts between Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia from the time her phone leaves her residence to the time that it's consistent with Comfort Rental Car, so from 8:25 to 8:53?
There are not.
Now, if two people are sitting next to each other and riding in a car together,
Continue with your question.
would you expect them to be calling or texting each other?
Okay, hold on. What's your objection? That's sustained.
Do you call or text people when you're sitting next to them?
Generally, I do not.
But at the same time, just because you're not talking on the phone or texting with someone, that doesn't mean you are together, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You could just not be with the person and also not be communicating with them.
That's correct.
Okay. But we have no communication here with Sigfredo Garcia as Catherine Magbanua's handset, leaves her residence, travels to to Comfort rental car to that cell site consistent with that. And then it's at the same time as that car is being rented from Comfort Rental that Sigfredo Garcia signed and was rented at 8:50 p.m. That's what
Correct.
we have?
Yes.
Could that be consistent with her driving Garcia to Comfort Rental, him renting a car there and her driving back home?
It could be consistent with that, yes.
Can you go to your next map? Do you have another map of the... Oh yeah, can you go back one more time, sorry. Thank you. All right, so we saw before the map of where Comfort Rental is located in Miami. And it's next to an airport, there's lots of other businesses, there's a neighborhood. Obviously, she could be at another place very close by to Comfort that's also servicing that cell tower if we didn't have any other evidence.
She could be at another location, yes.
Okay. But do you, when you're looking at cell phone locations and trying to determine where they are, look at the cell phone communications, the tower that the phone is communicating with, and also any other evidence that you have to determine that location?
We do, yes.
Okay. And in this case, not only do we have her not communicating with Garcia on the way out there, but we have the rental agreement with him being in the same place in Miami at the same time, renting a car and her going back home.
We have the rental agreement with his signature, and we have her approximate cell site location together, yes.
Okay. Where was Rivera's handset during that time? Was he at the Comfort rental car too?
So again, looking around the time of the rental contract, Mr. Rivera's handset has events that are communicating with cell sites more consistent with his residence, where he was staying at the time.
Okay, and his residence, is that a residence on 135th Street you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So is there any evidence that Rivera was involved in the rental of this Nissan from Comfort Rental Car that day?
What I can say is that his handset has events that are not consistent with Comfort Rental Car around the time of the rental.
Okay. All right, do we have any other evidence that shows who rented the car on June 2nd besides the Comfort Rental agreement that we saw?
As far as who rented the vehicle, I believe the rental agreement is complete on that. There is a citation, which may help us understand who was operating the vehicle.
Okay, can you show us that?
Sure.
And what do we see here?
Again, a Florida traffic criminal or traffic citation that was issued to Mr. Garcia. We see that the vehicle description and tag are the same as from the rental contract, and the date and time would be after the rental of the vehicle.
Okay, and he received that citation on 9:48 p.m. on June 2nd of 2014?
That's correct.
Guess that's about an hour after he rented this vehicle?
Correct.
All right, so after he got this traffic ticket, did he rent another car?
The vehicle, there was another rental contract obtained that does show the vehicle, or a different vehicle being rented, and that being a blue Hyundai Sonata. And that was on June 3rd.
Does Luis Rivera's name appear anywhere on that agreement?
It does not.
All right, what can you tell us about the travel of Luis Rivera's handset on June 4th of 2014?
Again, just looking at the cell sites that his handset is communicating with, we do see kind of chronologically the cell sites are being communicated with in the Miami area and then across Interstate 75 or Alligator Alley